Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Shaminiti Nare Nama Namaste Saraswati Ravani Kochai Devi Sesai Samadhi Sattva Sattva Jai Prabhupada. I see Krishna, Chaitanya, Adonai, Sri Krishna, Chaitanya, Bhutala, Sri Advaita, Bajai, Shiva, Sri Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Gauranga, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Gauranga Nityananda, Hare Rama, Gauranga, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Sun like the fire, eternal sun. Somehow fell to the ocean. Please get me up and place me as an anthem. And belong to you. Please pick me up and place me as an anthem. And belong to you. It's belong to you. As an anthem. Please place me belong to you. As an anthem. Please place me. To Moses, I said I told to Moses, I so to sweet as I just wanna be an actor. Your mountains and fields. Sure, as your love is me. Welcome to the day where you will never leave the same as you came in. This is the day, everyone. We're going to rock your boat. Are you ready? Nobody's ready.
This goes into USB.
USB or USB?
We don't.
I come prepared. And in order for us, do you want to help me get the slideshow up? Because I have this, let's go to the slideshow. So do I have to hit anything or it's going to automatically? Okay. Yes, beautiful. Okay, welcome back for those who have been online for the last 5 days. You are well aware of what we're doing and where we're going. For those who are not, who haven't been, we've been talking about self-care as a process of treating ourselves with the love and care we would treat somebody that we love and care. And especially taking care of our spiritual lives. By doing what is favorable and avoiding what is unfavorable and being very conscious of that. So you can, I'm going to, oh yeah, okay. Okay, now. This is a very beautiful section, and this section I'm going to bring up on the screen for those who are on line right now. See if this changes anything. No, it's still good for you. Okay. So this is section 5. We've done 4 sections. And this section is entitled, Does Krishna Really Love Me? Which is also the title of my new hit song, which I haven't written yet. But it sounds like a title for a song, doesn't it? Does Krishna really love me? Do you ever wonder about that? Does he love me? Why would he love me? Am I lovable? He has Radharani and the gopis. Like, why does he need me? So we're going to discuss that because in order to properly progress in our spiritual life and also to be self-caring and also to be just normal, we have to understand how Krishna's love is given to all of us despite our own lack of qualification. And so the summary of this whole chapter is Krishna loves us not because we're great, but because he's great. And that's something. Why would Krishna love me? Because he's great, not because you're great. So that's important. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Good. I was about to leave. I didn't know you were ready. Okay. So okay. This slide is entitled Krishna Wants You. Wow. How does that make you feel? You are wanted. Turn to the devotee next to you and say, you are wanted. Yeah. It feels good, right? Self-love is nurtured by accepting that Krishna cares about me, loves me, and wants a relationship with me. And so here's the idea. I love myself because Krishna loves me. Sometimes it may be difficult to love ourselves, but I guess if we're good enough for Krishna, we're good enough for ourselves. What do you think? So sometimes we don't, we don't understand why Krishna would love us. We don't even understand why she would even love ourselves. If somebody loves you, certainly they want you to take care of yourself, don't they? Like you love your kids, you want them to take care of themselves, right? And so sometimes the kid will take care of themselves, even if they don't want to, because they know my parents want me to, right? So even though I don't care, they care, so I care because they care. So Krishna cares about us, and sometimes we don't care about our spiritual life, but then we care about it because we remember that he cares about it, right? So here's a little mantra on the bottom. I'm going to read it, and then after I read it, we can all repeat. I love myself because Krishna loves me.
Krishna loves me.
Okay, turn to the person next to you and tell them, I love myself because Krishna loves me. And if you're doing this at home and there's nobody to tell that to, just pretend there's somebody and tell them. Tell it to the wall, tell it to the light bulb, tell it to your computer. Is there something like that in the Bible? Tell it to the hills, tell it to the rivers. Yeah. Okay. Does Krishna need me? A doubt. So this is from a devotee. This was a letter I received. I don't feel Krishna wants or needs me in the spiritual world. He already has his world, and I am not needed there. I can't imagine he is lamenting that I'm not with him in the spiritual world. And so there's a picture of Krishna lamenting on top because you're not there. That's why he's unhappy. And there's a picture of Krishna embracing Gopakumar, and this was when Gopakumar first went back to the spiritual world, then they met. So, of course, Krishna can be transcendently blissful and missing us at the same time, because he can incorporate opposites, right? So, we don't think in opposites. Either we're satisfied or we're not. We're happy or we're not. We miss you and are miserable, or we're happy and we don't miss you. But we miss you and are miserable, and we're happy at the same time. That we don't think that way. So Krishna is Atmarama. He's self-satisfied, but he misses us. And just like he's self-satisfied, but he wants to meet Radharani, right? And we think, well, why does he need to meet Radharani if he's self-satisfied? Because Krishna is always hankering for increasing love and increasing rasa. So Krishna can't be crying that we're not there, we're not in the spiritual world. No. If you knew, thank you. I like these garlands with the beads on the back. They're more comfortable than the ones with the strings on the back. I'm just trying to manage my garlands right here. My garlands are becoming difficult to manage. Hold on a second. Yeah. We're wearing a garland the whole day. Definitely, this is to be noted for garland makers that the poor garland bearer has to have this little string digging into them all day. And then in Tawako, where they kept the temple room colder than a walk-in refrigerator. Of course, no one fell asleep, so that was good. And they gave me a nice cold, wet garland to top it off, just to make sure I wouldn't get warm. Yeah. So, sometimes you give garlands and they're wet, and you've kept them in the refrigerator, and then you give them to someone. So just be careful. So a lot of devotees have felt this way, that why would Krishna need me? But even though he doesn't need us, he does. Even though he's okay, like if we haven't been, we've been like away from him a long time, and he's okay, right? But there's a side of him that's not okay. And how do we know that side's not okay? Because he comes, yuge. He comes yuga after yuga, and especially came as Mahaprabhu. So we know he's not okay that we're down here. If he were okay that we were down here, why would he come and ask us to come back? Like, it's not like fun to come down here. Per se, he's doing okay in the spiritual world, but he comes down here, and then Mahaprabhu comes because he's missing us. So I know that's an interesting concept, to think that Krishna's missing us, because we know who we are and what we are, and we know that, like, even sometimes my dog doesn't even miss me. Sometimes you go out of the home and somebody at your home is like, thank God you're gone. So, and Krishna's missing us. It's like, yeah, but he is, because we're his sons and daughters, we're his parts and parcels. We belong in the spiritual world, so we're missing there. And we have this relationship which he wants to engage in. So he's missing us. So that's important. So again, it's not because we're special, it's just because we're his sons and daughters, even though we may be whatever. Because we're trying to think, well, why would Krishna miss me? Because I'm nobody. I don't love him, why would he miss me? But that's not why he misses us. He misses us because we're his parts and parcels, his sons and daughters. And he wants to engage with all of us. That's his nature. Is that clear? So if you ever think, I'm this or that, Krishna wouldn't like me, it has nothing to do with you being this or that. That's important to remember. And it has everything to do with him and not us. And of course, it has to do with us to give it back. But from his side, it's already there. Now, if if you offend his devotees or like that, that's another thing. He's going to go, okay, you can go until you rectify yourself. But in general, because we're trying to be devotees, then he's waiting and wanting. This slide is entitled, I am not good enough. If you feel you are not good enough, then who are you not good enough for? It probably means you don't feel good enough for yourself. But if you sincerely try to practice Krishna consciousness, you are good enough for Guru and Krishna. So the word is sincerely trying. Because the best you can do is sincerely try. You can't do better than that. And so we think, no, I need to do this. Then I can accept myself. And then Krishna can accept me. And who decides what this is in the first place? Anyway, we do. So then some of us set a goal. I need to be here, which is unachievable. So our whole life will always be here instead of here, and always this far away from being happy because I'm not perfect, right? And Krishna doesn't even ask you to be perfect. In fact, the good news is Krishna says you can't be perfect. So if you're trying to be perfect, don't try. You can't. You don't have to worry about it. Krishna certifies that there's always faults. So yes, sincerely try. Remember that, sincerely try, because That's what Krishna is looking at. He's not looking at like, you know, you have a kid and they're 6 months old and they're, or 1 year old, and they're trying to walk. And you as parents are not thinking, well, they better be able to walk a mile. They better be able to walk 3 miles in an hour with me, because that's what I do every day. You're just happy they get up and fall over because they tried, right? I mean, what kind of crazy parent would you be? Well, you start walking, you know, and you better be running the 100-yard dash, you know, in a couple of weeks. Otherwise, I don't like you. So the problem is that materially everybody judges us by what we do. The Christian doesn't judge us by what we do, because whatever we do, he can do better. So, you know, are you going to impress Krishna with your intelligence, with your abilities? Because whatever you have, he has given it to you. So it's not really, you know, it's like you give your kid a $100 bill and he goes, look, I'm rich, I have $100. And you gave it to him. It's like, how impressed are you? So Krishna gives you intelligence, ability, and you go, look, I'm going to do this, you know. And when I do this on this level, you'll be happy. No, I'll be happy when you do it with bhakti, sincerity, then I'll be happy. Right? Let's read the next paragraph. The belief that I am not good enough to be loved by Krishna has nothing to do with bhakti, since bhakti doesn't depend on material qualifications. Bhakti depends on your desire and sincerity. So you have a mantra. I'll say it and you can say it. I am good enough for Guru and Krishna when I try to sincerely practice Krishna consciousness. Let's say it together. I am good enough for Guru and Krishna when I try to turn to the person next to you and tell them, you're good enough. You know, for many years, I, you know, wrestled with these concepts. Krishna loves us and doesn't love us. I'm perfect, I'm not perfect, I need to be better than I am, and so forth. And after I developed this course, I started thinking that, you know, if we don't get this right, we can become a little like depressed or a little disturbed in some way, right? And if we become depressed or disturbed because we think I'm not pure enough to please Krishna, then imagine if everyone who came to ISKCON felt that way. Then we wouldn't be spreading love of God, we'd be spreading some kind of psychological dysfunction, right? I mean, and a lot of people do feel that way. So I was thinking, okay, this is kind of strange, you know. If the spreading of Krishna consciousness is making people like a little more depressed and more frustrated because they're not perfect and more guilty, feeling more shame, obviously that's not what we're doing. And so when we understand this, then we won't feel guilty and shameful, because if we're trying our best. If you're not, then maybe you would feel guilty. But we're talking about, we're trying our best, and our best is generally not good enough for ourselves, because we all have we set the bar like way beyond what's practical and feasible at our stage. And so that's a big mistake. The bar is up here, okay, we know that, but it doesn't mean that I am going to be there now. It's just like, am I going to, you know, I just joined the Bhakti program and I'm thinking, I need to be like Prahlad Maharaj. You know, hello, Prahlad Maharaj's father tried to kill him and he had no resentment. Like, that's not easy, right? But we're trying to get there. That's the point. This is a beautiful, beautiful statement by Srila Prabhupada, which will give you great solace. This slide is called Sincerity is the First Qualification. In spiritual life, sincerity is the first qualification. Initiation Lecture 1971. The first qualification. Wow. Did you know that? I thought initiation was the first qualification. No, it's sincerity. Let's read this letter. It is not academic qualification or financial strength which helps in the matter, but it is sincerity of purpose which helps us always. I'll read that again. It is not academic qualification or financial strength which helps in the matter, but it is sincerity of purpose which helps us always. So we want to really get this to our, we want to really imbibe this deeply, because the culture we come from, you know, you mess up at your job and you tell your boss, but I'm sincere. And he goes, yeah, I will sincerely fire you. You know, we want to see results. Everything's about your qualification. And Krishna's, you know, but in love and relationships, you don't marry someone just because they have certain qualifications. You marry because of the relationship. I mean, you know, obviously some people are attracted by the material qualifications of others, but that's not the prime. It's not the prime thing that strengthens and sweetens a relationship, right? It's the love and affection. That's what it's all about. Correct? Correct. Yes? You know, you may have a friend who's very talented, but the relationship is very bad. And so their talents aren't going to make the relationship better. So we all know this, but we forget it, right? Just like if you do an offering to Krishna, what does Krishna care about? The kind of plate it's on, the kind of altar it's on, how perfectly you chant Sanskrit. It's so funny. I tell people, you know, my Sanskrit pronunciation is pretty good, but I pronounce the word Sanskrit wrong because it's Sanskrit. It's not Sanskrit. Sanskrit is the American. I thought that was kind of funny. And to deflate my faults. I pronounce Sanskrit very well, except I can't pronounce the word Sanskrit properly. So we know when we're making an offering, or hopefully you know, that the main thing is not your pronunciation of the mantra, right? Namah Om Vishnu Vadaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale. How many people say it like that? Srimate. In America, we don't know Sanskrit, we don't know nothing. I end up saying Srimati Bhaktivedanta. You know, it's like we're getting all crazy. And if you don't know why Srimati is wrong, then you're really in trouble. Yeah. Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Shami Niti Namane. So, right, so I said it perfectly. And I'm so proud of myself for saying the mantra perfectly. Krishna like kicks the offering off the altar. You proud devotee, I don't want to accept your offering. Isn't it? You do a little video like that, you know. I'm come in, you know, my bell, and do my achman, do it all, you know. Throw some rice and got the chatter, you know, come in, chant the mantra, and Krishna's going like this, and you show Krishna out there going, oh my God. Well, he doesn't say, oh my God. Maybe he does. Oh my. And he takes the offering and just goes, take your offering, you proud peacock. I don't want it. Right? So everything materially is perfect, but spiritually it's not. So if we understand this, which we do, of course, but we just need to remember it, then we focus on what's important, the relationship, and what's important is sincerity and the devotion. And therefore I can please Krishna, and Krishna can accept me, even though materially I'm not the greatest. You know, it's like, how can you be materially greater than you are? We all have limitations, right? If you give me an Excel sheet full of numbers, come back in 3 minutes and I'll be asleep. It's just, you know, Krishna give me a brain that likes looking at Excel sheets and numbers. Other people love it. So, you know, and I'll probably never like it. And if you ask me to add everything up, I'd probably like skip a number. Of course, Excel can add it, but if I had to add it, I'd probably skip a number because it's just boring for me. It always will be. And I can, you know, take an accounting class, but, you know, probably want to commit suicide in the middle of the class. So we were all different. So how can we be something we're not? We can try to be what we can be, but we have limitations. But Krishna doesn't care. Correct?
Yes.
Satyam hai. ठीक ठीक है ठीक है अच्छा है बहुत अच्छा. Okay. So yeah, so now we're talking about sincerity, so we should define what it is, right? It's a good idea. We need to know it. So here's the definition. Sincerity means to serve Krishna only with the motive to please him. Pure motive is the most fundamental and essential quality of bhakti. I may have personal desires. I may have anarthas. I may have failed in the past. But if my motive in serving Guru and Krishna is only to please them, I am being sincere. And so, this is a definition given by Rupa Goswami. And I still want to talk about this first, and then we'll talk about the second point. When you come to bhakti, when I come to bhakti, when we come to bhakti, we don't come pure, right? In case you don't know, if we were pure, we wouldn't be here, right? We'd be like playing with Krishna right now. So the fact that every day when you get up and look in the mirror and you see your body, that's like a jail suit that we got for coming to the, for turning our back on Krishna, we got the jail suit and coming to the Durga, the prison of the material world. So we don't start out pure. That's just, it's understandable. So you come to bhakti with desire. Otherwise you would already be liberated. But if I don't bring those desires into my bhakti, I don't bring those desires into my service, and I just do my service to please Krishna, even though I have all those desires, that is a broad definition of pure bhakti. I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that. But Krishna, when I come to you, I'm not going to ask for those things. I'm just going to try to please you with my service. So that means we can all do pure bhakti. And that's the definition of sincerity. It's about the motive. I can have a million desires, right? Let's say you're very wealthy and I want to be wealthy. And we go out and we do something together. And I just, I'm your friend and I just want you to be happy. So even though I want to be wealthy, I feel like I'm not going to ask you for money. That would ruin the relationship. But I still want money. I'm just not going to ask you for it. So I can have desire, but I'm not going to ask Krishna, fulfill this desire. I want to fulfill your desire. That's pure bhakti. So by that definition, anyone who becomes a devotee can do pure bhakti from day one if they just don't serve Krishna to fulfill their material needs and desires, but they serve Krishna to satisfy him. Does that make sense? Yes?
Yes.
Clear? How do you say clear in Hindi? Or you don't say clear. You just say correct, right? What do you say? Correct. Correct. Correct? Yes? You have another word for that? What's the... So you would just say teak. Same thing. TK. KK Baba. Okay. So here's a verse, beautiful verse. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Parta Naiveha Namutra Dinashishta Vidyadeva Kalyana Pritka Siddhagatin Tattagachati. Son of Prata, a transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities, does not meet with destruction either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil. So the reason we put this verse, it's the same idea. You're trying to do good. When Krishna says one who does good, he means one who's sincerely trying, because sincerity is good. So if we're sincere, one who does good, sincerity is good. And if you're sincere, then Maya will go to the next door neighbor. She won't go to your house. If you're not sincere, if you're sincere, she might come just to test you or check you. But generally, she won't come to your house. Yes?
I have a desire. If I practice Krishna consciousness with sincerity, fulfill that desire. So that is not a sincerity.
Will Krishna fulfill, you're asking, will Krishna fulfill the desire? You have You have a desire, you serve sincerely, then what was your question? Yeah, yes, yeah.
He had that desire.
But he actually wasn't practicing Krishna consciousness. He wasn't, just wanted to see, he just wanted to see Vishnu to get something. So he wasn't, meditation was totally motivated by material gain. So, that's what he was it looked like he was practicing Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, but why was he chanting? If he didn't want something, he wouldn't have been chanting that mantra. Right? So, but, the verse in Bhagavatam says, Akama Sarva Kamava. So, approach Krishna. But no matter what you want, whether it's material, approach Krishna, because then you'll get purified. But that verse is not for us. That's for people who are not in bhakti. So like, can I pray to God for a new Mercedes? Well, not the best thing, but if you really want a new Mercedes, better to pray to him than Durga or Shiva. Because by praying to him, at least you're connecting to him, so you can become purified. But for us, on the path of bhakti, that's considered an anartha, right? It's not part of pure bhakti. It's part of impure bhakti. And Krishna knows what you want, Krishna knows what you need, and if we have faith that Krishna will give us what we need, right?
But for basic needs, if I
Pray to Krishna for basic needs. I need clothes, I need home, I need health, yeah. It is not the worst thing in the world, and it is quite natural if you're lacking, but it would be considered a lower level of bhakti. Because a higher level of devotee has faith that Krishna will give everything, so he doesn't need to pray for it. So if we're praying for those things, it could be an indication that we lack faith. Because if I had faith, why would I pray for it? Because I know I'm Krishna's devotee, he'll take care of me. And Prabhupada always, you ever hear Prabhupada say, if you work for someone, they pay you. So you're working all day for Krishna, you don't think he'll pay you? Or sometimes Prabhupada said, you're advertising, so, the advertiser will pay you. But then one time Prabhupada said something kind of shocking, which is, he said a devotee won't even pray to Krishna for food if he's starving, because he doesn't want to ask Krishna. Now, you can't imitate that. So Prabhupada said, Gajendra was in a bind, literally, because the crocodile, I don't know if you know how strong crocodiles are, but they're very strong. And so Gajendra couldn't get out. And so Prabhupada said, he really had no choice but to pray to Krishna. But generally devotees don't want to ask Krishna. They want to ask, how can I serve you? Not how can you serve me? Now, if you ask something for Krishna, you're asking for something that will help your bhakti. So maybe, circumstantially, things are difficult and you pray to Krishna to help, but it's for your bhakti, so it's not material. But like you say, maybe you don't have the basic necessities and you're praying to Krishna. So Prabhupada said, if you're a grihasta and you're providing for your family and you're in trouble, it's your service to your family to take care of them. So you might pray to Krishna, please help me because I have to take care of my family. Interesting, isn't it? But you could say that an elevated devotee would be reluctant to ask Krishna for anything, just like Prahlad when Nrsingadev asked him, what do you want? And he said, I'm not going to ask you for anything because that like ruins the relationship. And Nrsingadev said, no, I want to offer you something. So then Prahlad said, well, I pray that I'll never ask you for any material benediction. And then eventually he asked for his father's liberation. But he wouldn't ask anything for himself. Right? He didn't. I mean, can you imagine? Krishna comes to your house. Knock, knock. Who's there? Krishna who? Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Oh, okay. Come on in. What have I done to deserve the pleasure of this visit? And Krishna says, I thought I'd come over and ask you for whatever you want. They're like, okay, like, what do you want? Well, let me bring out my bucket list. It's like, I got like 108 things on my bucket list. Could you resist the temptation of asking Krishna for anything other than pure bhakti? Because he could give you anything, right? I mean, think about it realistically. It might be difficult. You say, Krishna, I want pure bhakti, but can you throw in a Mercedes and a mansion by the sea? That would be cool. And so I always wanted one. And actually, I'm a musician and I have my eyes on this $7,000 guitar. That would be nice to have. I mean, just imagine, right? Krishna could give you anything. What would you ask? So it's understandable before we're pure, we might ask for these other things. But a pure devotee would, if we do, we should do it reluctantly. Like, Krishna, I don't want to ask for this, but I'm a fool and I think I need this and whatever. Does that make sense? Yeah. We've been giving classes online on prayer for like maybe, I don't know, 2 months or something. And I compiled quotes by Srila Prabhupada on prayer. So this is basically kind of a summary of what we've been discussing. And the conclusion is, and this is important, and this is a problem, and we'll talk about this more, that sometimes we get confused because if you look at Prahlad Maharaj, he has no revenge whatsoever. The person who's trying to kill him, he's praying for them to be liberated, which is like uncommon to say the least, right? And so we see that and then we think, okay, I guess that's how I should be. But we're not like that. So, you have to be realistic about where you're at. And then, maybe I do lack faith and maybe I pray to Krishna, please help me get this job or whatever. What is that? What's going on? Really? Why? It's exploding? Oh yeah, maybe it sounds like the speaker's blowing, which is why they had the volume low. Sounds like one of those, what are those boxes, cajones? Doesn't it? I can play this for Kirtan. Krishna. I think I fixed it. No, that's where you get it. Okay, we're raising donations for a new speaker. Where's the speaker? I can't see. Oh, round speakers. Wow. Like an airport, huh? So maybe we could just pull the wire on that speaker. Well, nobody knows how to do it. You have to get it to, anyway. I will try not to do that. Okay. So, yeah. So the conclusion is we have to be realistic about where we're at. And, we may pray to Krishna because we have fear that he won't take care of us. We may pray. But the higher stage is to accept that Krishna will take care of it. And if you do pray, to accept it's already happened. What you're praying for, it's already taken care of. That's faith. It's a beautiful way to pray. Yes.
It does come and ask, what would you like? And I said, well, I want to come, I want to serve, the spiritual world. I want to serve.
Mm-hmm.
Is this considered selfish?
Yes and no. I have to repeat the question for the online audience. Mathura is saying, if I ask Krishna, please, I want to go back to Godhead, is that selfish? And is it proper? Is it improper? I think the best answer I can give is it has to be natural. So if it's coming from this very high level of bhakti, well, you wouldn't have that desire if you had a high level of bhakti. So if someone is in a high level praying for that, we would say, well, there's something wrong with that because you're already liberated. Why would you pray to go back to Godhead? You're transcendental. You would pray, Janmani, Janmani, Ishwaraya Bhavata, Bhakti Rahaitu Ki, right? Just it. Life after life, I want to, right? That's how you would pray naturally. But I have a story for you. Raise your hand if you want to hear a story. You like stories? Stories are nice because we can understand Prabhupada's teachings better through stories because we see practically how the teachings are applied. Otherwise, you get a teaching, it's up to you to figure out what you think it means. So one devotee asked this question to Prabhupada. Prabhupada said, you should desire to go back to Godhead. Otherwise, you will come back to the material world. Oh, Srila Prabhupada, I just want to come back to the material world life after life and serve you. Yeah, and you'll come back the next life and you'll meet Bhaktin Betty and then go off, and we never see you again. So if you're a liberated soul and you pray life after life, yeah, you're just going to do service. But if you're not, you pray life after life. Well, you come back another life, and what happened to Mathura? I thought he was coming back life after life for Sankirtan. Oh, he came back, but he met Bhakti and Betty. We haven't seen him since. So, it has to be appropriate to your realization. But there's another interesting way of looking at it, because, I created prayer affirmations and I contemplated this. I pray to go back to Godhead. Should I include that in that prayer? Because the prayer affirmations, I pray for this, I pray for that. I pray to go back to Godhead. So you have the pros and cons. In support of that idea are the many lectures in which Prabhupada asked us to go back to Godhead and not come back again. It's another way of asking us to become a pure devotee. But when Prabhupada came here, he came here, why? Take us back to Godhead. That's why he came, right? So now it's my duty to serve Prabhupada, and that's one way I serve him is by going back to Godhead, right? Because that's what he wants. So becoming qualified to go back to Godhead is what Prabhupada wants. So praying that I want to go back to Godhead, if you pray, I want to be qualified to serve Prabhupada, and this is what he wants, then that prayer is very nice, right? Because it's his desire. It's not even my desire. So you have both of those things. I'm praying life after life, and I'm not even pure. Who knows what will happen in my next life? Better I pray this be my last life, and then I become pure enough to go back to Godhead. That would be better. If out of your advancement, the desire is there, birth after birth, I just want to serve, then, I wouldn't advise you to change up that desire because that's a manifestation of your high level of bhakti, right? So I will leave that answer. I will leave it at that, and you all can kind of adjust to where you're at and how you would like to process that. But I feel like a lot of devotees think, Prabhupada, if it's your desire to go back to Godhead, then I want to go back to Godhead. But I always think it's his desire and I should work for that because that's what he wants. So I want it because he wants it. Yes.
There are some situations in our life which we cannot control. And because of that, our mind gets agitated all the time and that sort of things going to be around our head. In that case, if we ask Krishna to take care of it because he knows what is good for us and what is bad, and we need something desperately, and we ask Krishna for that, is that okay?
Depends on the situation. I mean, if something is negatively impacting your bhakti and it's beyond your control, then yes. That would be favorable for your bhakti. So Krishna, please help me with this situation because this is destructive for my bhakti, right? Or it's destructive for my family. You have responsibility to maintain your family. So that's okay. If it's a situation which praying won't help because it's out of your control and it's not going to change, you know. Krishna, I pray Donald Trump doesn't become president. Maybe that's your prayer. I don't know. Maybe you pray he does become. But after the election, you know, no use to pray. No more praying because it's already over. But at that time, you pray to have the strength to deal with a difficult situation. So sometimes the thought process of a devotee is not to pray for a situation to change, but to pray to have the strength to deal with the situation, especially when you know the situation is not going to change. You know, let's say you have a relative and they're stage 4 cancer. I don't know, is there a stage 5 or stage 5? 4 is the highest, stage 5 is death. So let's say they're far gone in stage 4. You know, you could pray that they could be healed and any kind of miracles could happen. And naturally you would want to pray that way. But at some point when you see everything's been done and it's irreversible, you want to pray to have the strength to deal with it. Because at that point, continuing to pray for something that may not happen it's not the best use of your praying, right? So sometimes, you know, you want to pray to change a situation, but maybe that situation is not going to change. So pray to have the strength or the insight to deal with the situation and remain Krishna conscious. That's really important. There's a Christian prayer that goes like this. My dear Lord, I do not pray for tasks equal to my strength. I pray for strength equal to my tasks. Nice, isn't it? I really love that. Because the natural tendency is to pray to Krishna, change the situation, or don't give me more than I can handle. How about give me strength to handle whatever you give me? How about strength to deal with the situation? So, you know, it's a similar prayer. Instead of praying to change the situation, pray for the strength to deal with it. So it depends. But I often find that there's a problem, and it's a big problem, and it's so obvious, I don't know why more people don't see it. But sometimes we're praying to Krishna to change the situation, and we're making the situation bad, and we are not changing, and we're asking him to change it. It's kind of like, you lend me your car, I crash it, I give it back to you and say, can you fix it? Something like that. So we're messing up something and we're going to Krishna and saying, can you, praying for him to fix it. Krishna, you know, your daughter, when she's older, she'll go to the temple and say, Krishna, please help me do well in my tests. And you're naturally going to tell her, you know, well, just study. You know, Krishna's not going to, like, you know, just give you all this information if you didn't study. But sometimes that's what we do. Or maybe I'm praying because I'm not prepared. And so we're asking Krishna to make something happen that's not going to happen. And we could have made it happen. So it's like, Krishna, I'm too lazy to study. Can you help me get an A on the test? You know, something like that, right? Krishna, I'm too lazy to take care of my health. Can you make me healthy? Krishna, I'm too lazy to get a good education and a good job. Can you just send money? You know? So Krishna's looking at that and saying, you know, like, I'm not going to, like, change up the laws of nature for you. I mean, he could, but generally no. Krishna, I'm going to jump out of the window of the 10th story. Can you just float me down? And Krishna says, well, it's not the way physics works. So you're going to fall and crash. So and Krishna says, and I pray you don't jump out the 10th floor. And I pray you study. And I pray you take care of your health. Yeah. Does that make sense? Is that okay? I answered your question. It's all right?
Oh, my question.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I was just considering from what you're saying too is there a difference in wanting to get out of the material world because I don't want to suffer anymore?
Yeah.
And wanting to go to the spiritual world because I want to serve?
Yeah, definite. Very good point. Anyabhilasito shunyam jnana karmadanabritam. That is the verse, really, which describes sincerity or devotional service without motive. And so jnana, we all know this word jnana, but jnana in the context of bhakti means I want to get out of the material world because I'm suffering. So it's a good desire to want to get out of the material world. The desire to get out of the material world because I'm suffering is necessary in the beginning stages of bhakti. Otherwise, why would we want to get out of the material world? We didn't come here to get out. We came here to stay, plant roots and, claim our stake on being God. And so after you claim your stake on being God and it doesn't work and you suffer, then you start thinking about serving him. So that suffering is necessary, right? Yes? So if I'm weak or foolish, I may pray to Krishna, please kick me a little bit. And if Krishna kicks you, that's good. But it's not the highest stage. It's like, what's higher? To be motivated, Why did you marry me? Because I was tired of being a brahmachari. I was suffering in the brahmachari ashram. Well, that's the only reason you don't like me? Not really. I just couldn't be a brahmachari anymore. Not a good reason to get married, right? It is a reason, but it's got to be more than that, right? So it might start, okay, I can't be a brahmachari, that's the start. But, to actually understand what marriage is and what is needed, you require that to make it healthy. So it's like, I don't want to suffer in the material world. That's good. It's got you moving towards Krishna, but it's not going to perpetually keep you moving towards Krishna. It's like, have you ever tried to move towards Krishna by moving away from something? It doesn't last. I'm going to Krishna because I don't like this. Well, what if this got better? Would you go to Krishna? I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't. This thing crashed in my life. It pushed me to Krishna. Well, what if it didn't crash? Would you be here? I don't know. Or I want to become detached, so I'm going to become adverse to something and that will push me. But aversion is not bhakti. You want to go towards Krishna out of bhakti, not out of aversion, although aversion can help you. But if that's all you have is aversion, then it's not good, right? It's not enough. It's not the prime motive of a bhakta, that I'm motivated because I don't like something. If I could enjoy, let's just be honest. If we could be fully satisfied and happy materially, would we be here? No or no? So now that we're here, we understand bhakti and we have a taste. We understand bhakti and we have a taste. So we don't need suffering to keep us going because we have a taste for service, right? But in the beginning, we need it because we're not here in the material world to serve. And so we need to get frustrated on our mission. Our mission was to enjoy like Krishna. We need to get frustrated. And that pushes us in the house of bhakti. Then you get pushed in and you get a little taste. And that taste starts bringing you. But it begins by getting pushed from the back. because we don't have a taste. So how are we going to come in unless someone pushes us, right? But if you go your whole life in bhakti being pushed, that's a very immature position, right? Mathura, how many brahmacharis have we seen trying to maintain their brahmachari by hating women? It's like, I want to be a brahmachari, well, how will I do it? Well, I'll just hate women. How did that work? Every one of them is married, and probably in bad marriages for many of them, right? How do you renounce, like, who was it? Was it King Kulikshekara? Now that or Prabhupada, I forget, my brain is going to, now that I'm relishing the bliss of Krishna consciousness, it was King Kulikshekara. Now that I'm relishing the bliss of Krishna consciousness, when I think of my past affairs with women, I just become sickened by it. And he was a king, so he was like made Hugh Hefner look like, playboy like nothing. What? Yamunacharya. Was he a king? No, yeah, he was. Jumanacharya. So he was a king. So, he's a playboy. Kings are playboys, aren't they? More or less. You have your queen and she has 1,000 of her friends there for you. And so he was thinking about it and he said, it makes me sick to think about it because I'm tasting so much nectar and bhakti. So you become detached through tasting nectar. A man becomes renounced, a woman becomes renounced through tasting nectar. If you want to become renounced by hating something, it's going to backfire. It's not the process. And every man who ever tried to become renounced by hating women, it didn't work because hatred is the opposite of attraction. You don't hate things that you're not attracted to. If you're not attached or averse, you're neutral. You don't need to hate it because you don't care about it, right? Like, if I ask you to think of a horse and you've never owned a horse and never ridden a horse, and you think of a horse, you're completely neutral. There's no attachment or aversion. You might be a little attracted, but there's no emotional attraction or aversion because you never had one. But if you had a horse and you loved your horse and I say horse, you might be thinking, oh, horse, I don't have one. I wish I had one. I feel, so neutrality is beyond attraction and repulsion. So if you're not neutral, you're not really detached. Detachment comes from the neutral position or at the position of attachment to Krishna. But if you're attached to Krishna, you'll be neutral about other things. So I had a little joke. Back in the days of Prabhupada's time, there were a lot of brahmacharis in the temples. So the little joke was, who's going to get married next? And it was easy. It was easy to bet on because the one who was bad-mouthing women the most was the next one to get married because it was a sign of attraction, and he was trying to balance his attraction with aversion because he wasn't actually detached. Rather than just accepting, I'm attracted and I should enter the ashram, he didn't want to enter the ashram, so he tried to prevent it through aversion. So he would say nasty things about women and grihastas. Oh, those grihastas, they're in Maya, blah, 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 blah. And that was going to keep him sober for the next, so he could make it through the next day. It was like an alcoholic, don't drink a drop today, so he'd have to take his medicine, which was say something negative to keep him going. So, ladies, if any man wants to marry you and you ask him why, and he said, because I couldn't remain a brahmachari. That's not a good reason. That means he doesn't want to get married, but he has no choice because he's not purified. So, and once he gets purified, he won't need you anymore, and then he'll leave you, right? Yes, have you seen that in return? They get married, then they realize, well, it wasn't what I thought, it's too much work, and then they just leave it. Because they got a taste of it, and they realize, oh, I don't really want it. That's irresponsible. So that kind of aversion doesn't work. Hare Krishna. So, it is 11:30. We really started about 10:30, didn't we? By the time. I mean, you all came on time because we advertised at 10, you came 10:30, so you're all on time, right? Supposed to advertise at 9:30, so you get here at 10. Right? But you all know that trick. So it doesn't work for you because whatever time is advertised, you're like, oh, they're advertising a half hour early because they think I'm going to come a half hour late, so I'll come a half hour late. Right? Yeah. Now, by your influence, it's now ISKCON Standard Time. By your association, we have learned. Yeah. The GBC, they're pretty strict. They're not supposed to be allowed in the meeting if you come late. There was a lady like that. She ran a tight ship, not a devotee. But when she had board meetings, if they're at 10 o'clock, the door closed and locked at 10, and people would come in knocking. She wouldn't let them come. Wow. Okay. Do you want to take a break now, or can we go a half hour? Because I can go either way. Okay, break at 12. And what time is prasadam? Prasadam's at 12. So maybe we'll stop at 5-10 minutes, and then we can take a 10-minute break, and then we can have another session for like 40 minutes. Okay, so let's read the next slide and discuss it. So now this story, which you've all heard, is of the squirrel. It was a squirrel, right? Was it a squirrel? Yeah. You see the squirrel in the picture? Oh yeah, there he is. There he is. On the bottom right, next to Hanuman. The squirrel wanted to help Lord Ram build a bridge to Sri Lanka, but all the squirrel could do was throw a little sand in the ocean. Since he sincerely tried to serve according to his capacity, Lord Ramachandra said his service was... Do we even need this? Do we need it? His service... I have a plan here. Hold on. This is kind of in the way. His service was as good as the monkey's service. You may feel like a squirrel, but your sincerity is what pleases Krishna most. So does now this story we've heard 100 times, it falls into place within the context of what we're talking about. As Ramachandra is saying, squirrel's doing as much as you are, but materially he's not. But in terms of sincerity, he is. Correct? ठीक? Okay. So this is entitled Sincerity is Your Armor. Your sincerity is your protection against the illusory energy. Sincerity is invincible. So let's talk about that. Well, let's read this line. I will say it and then we can repeat. My sincerity is my armor against Maya. My sincerity is my armor. Yeah. So this is a beautiful mantra. Sincerity is invincible, which means a sincere devotee will never be drowned, attacked, or disturbed by Maya. Sincerity is the armor. So sincerity is your weapon, and you're invincible holding the weapon of sincerity. If you lose the sincerity, yeah, then you have a problem. Isn't that beautiful? You like that? Sincerity is invincible. Tell your partner, sincerity is invincible. With a weapon of sincerity, you can kill any form of Maya that attacks you. Okay. It is my sense. So here's the affirmation, and I'll say it and then you will say it. And I think, let me just check if this ends. Oh no, we have more to go. So I will say this affirmation. This kind of brings together what we've discussed so far. It is my sincerity that brought me to Krishna consciousness, and it is my sincerity that will keep me in Krishna consciousness. So let's do it together. It is my sincerity that brought me to Krishna consciousness. It is my sincerity. So, you remember when you first started practicing bhakti? There was a desire to understand Krishna consciousness, the desire to be more spiritual. That was your sincerity. That's why you came here. People who aren't sincere don't come, or if they try to come, they don't stay. So, my dear devotees, that means you're all sincere. Congratulations. Turn to the person next to you and tell them, you are a sincere devotee. So this beautiful thought, that same sincerity that brought you, it's a force that's going to keep you going, and at any point you lose that sincerity, you've lost your force. As long as that sincerity is there, you're protected. Hare Krishna. Why don't we end here? Unless someone has a question or a comment? Yes? Maybe it's getting covered. It's not going, it's getting covered by other desires. Because sometimes the Shastra doesn't say it goes, it says it gets covered. And according to your lifestyle, according to your actions, your thinking, your circumstance, sometimes it's just you're working hard, you don't have time for sadhana. And it feels like the sincerity is not there. It's there, it's just, it's not, you're not connected with it because you're sincerely doing something else right now. So if it does go, it could be due to a lack of faith. Or as we were discussing a few days ago, just not caring. I don't care. We get to that, like, doesn't matter, I have another life, who cares? You know that statement, who cares? Well, you know, if you don't care, it is true, who cares? Nobody. If you don't care, maybe nobody does. And Srila Prabhupada said that if we don't care, he can't do anything. Like, he cares, but if we don't care, then his caring it's inconsequential, because we have to care enough to care about his care, right? Your mother cares for you, but you don't care for yourself. So the guru cares for you, you don't care for yourself. So it's probably a better answer in the context of this workshop to think about, if I lose my sincerity, maybe I'm just not caring. Maybe I've just kind of hit a neutralized position. I don't care. Which the worst thing that could happen to any of us. Because if you don't care, Maya cares. You may not care, but Maya still cares to keep you in Maya. So as you got, she wants to keep you in Maya, and you don't care, you're in Maya. That's it. You're finished. But she cares to keep you in Maya, but you care to be in Krishna consciousness, then you can fight it. Is that all right? Yeah. Yes.
That being sincere is all we can do, at the best we can do. But for how long? I can be sincere for, let's say, a year, 5 years, 10 years, consistently doing something, but still, if I'm not making progress, then till how long? I mean, how do I get the motivation to still be sincere?
If you're sincere, it would manifest in your behavior. So maybe you think you're sincere, but you're not. And you can't evaluate your sincerity based on the standards of anyone else, but you can evaluate it based on how you're improving and your effort, how much you're trying. there's this idea that if you make your best efforts, that's the best you can do. And so maybe I make my best efforts and I'm not satisfied with my advancement. Maybe I think I'm not sincere, but I actually am. It's just that I'm highly conditioned, so my advancement's going to be slower. And so I have to adjust my expectations. Otherwise, I can have expectations that I should be at a certain level within a certain time frame. And if I don't reach that level within that time frame, I may think I'm a failure. When in fact, that time frame may just be, according to your conditioning, all you can expect. And if it is what you can expect and you think you're a failure, that would be sad, wouldn't it? Because then you'd give up, right? So, is that clear? Yes.
Continue with his point, Prabhuji's point. Sincerity is also a product of sadhana, where I get tapasya, association.
Yeah, that would be a manifestation of it. Like if I say, Prabhu, I'm trying to be sincere. And you say, so what did you do last night? I said, well, I was watching a Bollywood movie, a romance. And then after that, we had pizza and ice cream. And then, about 2 a.m., I went to sleep. What'd you do this morning? Oh, well, I got up about 10:30 and then checked my email. It's like, there's got to be some manifestation of sincerity. It doesn't sound like sincere. Yeah, I sincerely was eating ice cream last night. I heard some statement, maybe I made it up or maybe I read this, like, if we could just be as sincere in Krishna consciousness as we are in eating, we'd be doing really good. Because if you ever watch someone eat, they're really sincere. Aren't they? Like you look at someone eating and go, really? It's like focus, really into it. It's funny. You just think of this sometime when you watch people eat and you go, now I know what sincerity is. Full dedication to eating. You're all right, or you're still thinking about the question? But that's part of the answer, is like it would manifest. But this point that I made with you, we're going to talk about later. It's devotees sometimes have their time frames messed up. So they get discouraged thinking, I should be more Krishna conscious than I am at this point because I've been in Krishna consciousness for a certain period of time. But it's not necessarily true. I wouldn't look at that as much as I would look at my sincerity and my efforts. That's what I would look at most, because that's the most important. Because how quickly you progress, that's going to depend a lot on your condition and your, just your status in life and how much time you have for bhakti. But if you're trying your best, you can't do any better than that. But when you're trying your best to chant without offense, that's the definition of the second stage, namabhas. You're making an effort to avoid the offenses. And the definition of offensive chanting is you're chanting, but you're not making an effort to avoid offense. So here's the interesting thing. You could be doing the exact same, you could be making the exact same offense, but if you're trying to avoid it, it's not an offense. And if you're not trying to avoid it, it is an offense. Isn't that interesting? And so Srila Bhaktisiddhanta said, the chanting of the holy name with an effort to avoid the offenses is considered namabhas, or a pure form of chanting. And therefore the chanting without trying to avoid the offenses is offensive. So I think it's a great example. Because you're doing the same thing, but the motive is different. Or like we have in our philosophy, premeditated fall and accidental fall. So you do the same thing, but one's an accident and one was premeditated. The result is completely different because it was not your intention to do it. It's just you happened to be there and something happened and you slipped. So Krishna's like, okay, just get up. It's not a problem. But if you premeditated and went out to do it, that's a different thing. Same activity, different result. Okay, so why don't we take a break till noon? No, why don't we take a break till 11:30? Then everyone will be here at noon, right? Okay, so we're breaking till 11:30. transcendental time. And I will start at noon, so please be here. And then we'll go to like another half hour, and then we'll take prasadam. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Go Premanandi. Hare Hare.
We'll fix this.
Oh, fix. You have that thing. Maybe we use that.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to go to the toilet.
So say we are coming back to 12.
That's why I said 11:30.
Basically, but might as well change the speakers. We have a newer speaker that we have. Call them speakers.
This girl.
Yeah.
One upstairs and one.
setting a different.
She has. She did. She needs milk and she'll do sleep. Other times she will not. And at least now she's been taking milk and I stopped the bottle to the milk. Oh, that is my another class. So I'm slowly trying to transfer sugar. But even if yeah, and then she will not sleep. She needs milk like bottle milk. Yeah. So I'm waiting to cover. She doesn't have to do. So even if she's sleeps, when the next day she has to go to school and at the school she gets cranky and she'll beat everyone to his house and I will need to see. Totally. But the mother doesn't get cranky. Shouting. Cranky is the one. You have to eat. This stage is standing. This stage is. But it is they were doing their own thing. That's always something I'm not getting. Yeah, I have to. I still have some.
See, people come on, give her with this. Easy. Oh.
वाली situation में घुसना नहीं. Every time I'm going, ये okay, she is so this myself now. And then she does all these things when I am educated already.
Again, I don't know this speed thing. Please convert that.
Also,
Open shot on.
even if I'm not talking to her, I'm not doing anything, she is not doing
Wow, look at that. Very sophisticated. Yeah. Whose is that? This? No, somebody donated this. Those are really good. Yeah. These are the best. Testing. Testing. Govinda. Yeah, just. See Govinda. Govinda, go. Keep going. Govinda. Now you're getting it. You have EQ on that?
I have software made. I have a subwoofer.
Oh, that's why it's so. That's like for instruments and music. It has Bluetooth, right? Okay. You want, let's test it out with my new Brahma Sonic. Hold on. So what's it called?
For Maui, MA511. Elbow. Maui. MAUI.
Karen? Yeah, okay, hold on. Don't go anywhere. This thing's really meant for music.
Yeah, Salsanga probably he's a musician. He retired and he donated this to one.
This is my new Brahma Samhita. Sing along if you know the words.
Lakshmi Sahasra Shaktasam Namaste Manam Govinda
Yeah. You can get it today. It's on a USB stick, or you can get it online. You can yeah, but you can download it online. Yeah, any digital format, you can buy it. Vedeshu durlabama durlamamatma bhakta Govindamadi Purusham Janami. So many Pungovana Govindamadi Purusham. So as you know, we did a Brahma Samhita. I did it in 1989. Many people heard it, and I wanted to do a new version. That's a new version. And so we called, to distinguish from the old one, we called it Primeval Lord. So it's titled Primeval Lord Brahma Samhita, Mahatma Das and Havidas. And so you can get it on like all the digital outlets, just under the Primeval Lord. Or we have a USB stick with all my kirtans. You can buy it there. Hare Krishna. So where's our sound man? We have to turn this up. Sisi Gaur Nitai ki jai, Krishna Balaram ki jai. Hare Govinda. Hare Hare. Can you know how to switch a button up where it says volume and see what happens? I think he turned it down in order to play the music. Krishna Govinda. Hare Hare Hare. Yeah, better. So we're going to continue a little bit longer. Are you ready?
Ready,
Are you ready?
ready.
Hare Krishna. So this next slide is called Krishna Sees the Good in Us. We tend to focus on our faults, which is why we may have difficulty understanding why Krishna would love us. He only sees the good in us and never forgets our service. In fact, Krishna cannot not love us. When Prabhupada accepted a fallen sannyasi back, the sannyasi was expecting to be rejected. Like Krishna, Prabhupada told him, I can never forget your service. So here's our, let's discuss this, then we'll chant our mantra. It's interesting, no matter what anybody did, if they came back, Prabhupada would always accept them. No matter what, if they came back and they wanted to do service, Prabhupada would always accept them back. And Prabhupada's saying, like Krishna, I will accept you because Krishna will accept you. So that's one point. And the other point is, we all know what's wrong with ourselves. We all know our faults. We're very much connected to our faults. And so when we look at our faults, we might think, why would Krishna want to be in my presence? And the reason is because in our pure state, we're pure. So that's, and Krishna's, he'll wait for us to get purified. So, and the other thing is, great personalities only see the good. And those who are not great only see the bad. So you can evaluate if you're great or not by what you see in other people. So if you're always seeing what's wrong with other people, that doesn't say much for you, does it? But if you're always seeing the good in others, even where there is bad, that means you're a great personality. And so, of course, Krishna is the greatest, so he sees the good in all of us. And why would Krishna want to see the bad? Because only bad people like focusing on the bad in others, right? Isn't it? Like, why would you want to focus on the bad? It's depressing. So certainly Krishna doesn't want to do that. So you think Krishna, he's like focused on the bad in me. No, he's not. He's got better things to do than think about the bad things in you. And because he's a great person, he sees the good in you. Yes? Does that make sense to you? Yes, it does. Hare Krishna. If this thing disappears, I can tell you where it's going to be. The back of the van, I'm going to take it back to Florida. Just in case, you lose it. This is so good. I don't need it. I won't steal it, don't worry, I don't need it. But if I did need it, I might want to steal it. Okay. This is a story that I heard. If a doctor wanted to cut off your diseased finger instead of healing it, telling you that you still have 9 fingers left, wouldn't you want to save that finger? This is Prabhupada telling the story. Krishna feels the same way about us. He wants a relationship with every one of us, even though he has unlimited devotees. So we do a little skit. Doctor, doctor, I have an infected finger. And doctor says, so, cutting 1 finger only. You're leaving 9 fingers. Samasyane, no problem. what do you say?
One problem.
Yeah, big problem, big problem. I want all 10. So, this is just a nice example. Krishna wants a relationship with every living entity. And you are one of those living entities, and he wants a relationship with you, despite whatever you think. It doesn't matter what we think, because our thinking is we're not thinking like he's thinking. We're thinking like we're thinking. So we need to think like he thinks to understand his relationship with us. Otherwise, we misunderstand it because we think like we think, right? So this is how Krishna thinks. Even one living entity, I don't want to lose them. It's not beautiful. Why does he care about me? Because you're one entity that he doesn't want to lose. Turning Krishna's love into self-love. We can nurture self-love by accepting the fact that Krishna cares about us, loves us, and wants a relationship with us. Okay, you get to hear a line from my poem. Now, you're going to get self-care affirmations. We have 20 self-care affirmations. And as we speak, the self-care affirmation book is being printed. It's going to be ready at the end of February. If you're in India, you can get it there. If not, we'll wait a little while until I get them shipped. But what I did was, I had fun yesterday, and I got very absorbed. I put those affirmations into an AI, I don't think it's ChatGPT, it's a Microsoft similar. And I said, make a poem from these affirmations. So I had to rewrite like 80% of the poem, but I spent a few hours on it and I have a poem. And I'm going to read. I'm going to read one line that relates to what we just talked about. Okay? Are you ready for the poem? Only 3 people. Everyone else leave? You can't hear. Krishna's affection, showering my soul, loving him back, it's my goal. And I give myself the love I've been gifted. In loving myself, I'm uplifted. I give myself the love I've been gifted. Krishna loves me, I give that same love to myself. If it's good, if it's good enough for him, it should be good enough for me, right? If you are good enough for Krishna, you should be good enough for yourself. What do you think? Yeah? Wow. Should we make a t-shirt? If I'm good enough for Krishna, I'm good enough for myself. Tori, can you write that down? We'll send it to our artist. We have a site. We have more t-shirts than we have here, but we don't print them all because it's a little costly to print everything. But we have a site where you can get one printed by order. If I'm good enough for Krishna, then I'm good enough for me. Hare Krishna. I'm going to read that again. I can't get proud for writing this because I got help. But basically, the AI just organized it into concepts that I could it was okay. Krishna's affection showering my soul. Loving him back, it's my goal. That's another section we're going to talk about. You get Krishna's love, you accept it, you feel it, naturally you want to give it back. The more you feel it, the more you want to give it. Right? But the line, especially we're talking about today, and I gift myself the love I've been gifted. In loving myself, I'm uplifted. Maybe I should change this now. So we have to change this. I gift myself the love I've been gifted. If I'm, I'll have to, I don't know, I'll work with it. If I'm good enough for Krishna, I guess I'm good enough for me. I think I'll change it. Remind me, Maturity. That will be better, right? Don't you think?
I wasn't focusing, sorry. I was focusing on sending you that
Yeah.
shirt.
And tell me to change it in the poem also. Okay. All right. Back to work. So I went through Srila Prabhupada's books and conversations and letters to find some statements about Krishna's love. And you're going to get here a partial list. I found about 17 statements where Prabhupada said Krishna loves you. And that's in another document. But for here, we'll just give you a taste because maybe you're not even aware of these statements and these will help you. Krishna comes and he wanted to reestablish that reciprocal exchange of love, which is called bhakti. You love Krishna and Krishna loves you. Krishna loves you even without your love. Otherwise, how are you eating? Like Krishna's not like, oh, you don't love me, no food for you. Not like that. You cannot live even for a moment without Krishna's mercy. That's a fact. So here's our little mantra on the bottom. Krishna loves me even without my love. You can all repeat. Krishna loves me even without my love. So I love this first statement that Prabhupada's making. He says that when Krishna came, he came to establish the reciprocal, what does that Prabhupada say? Reciprocal exchange of love. So when Krishna's coming to the world, he has a message. His message is, I love you, and I want to enter in a loving relationship with you, but there's one problem. You don't love me. So I'm coming to tell you I love you, and I'm coming to ask you to love me, and I'm coming to show you how to do it. Reciprocal exchange of love. So that's, there's all these people that should be loving Krishna in the material world, and they don't love him, so Krishna's coming and saying, hey, there's something better going on than birth, old age, disease, and death. There's something better than going on than lust. It's called prema, pure love, and I want to teach you about that, and I want you to reciprocate with it. So, as I often say, Krishna loves us, but there's one problem. What's that problem? We don't love him. Like, the relationship is perfect, except there's one little thing missing, our love. Just a minor detail, right? So now just meditate on this for a moment. Krishna loves you. He wants your love, and you don't love him. How does that make you feel? Kind of bad, right? But I think it's good that we feel bad, because this feeling bad can motivate us, right? Prabhupada in one lecture said, we love everything except Krishna. I love my car, love my job, love my money, love my house, love my wife, love my kids, love my boat, love my whatever it is, my golf clubs, my guitar, you name it, I love it, my swimming pool. I love everything. I love my belly especially. It's like number one, right? But I don't love Krishna. That's just an interesting thought, don't you think? All the things we love, but Krishna is not one of them. And, of course, some people say, I love God, but not really. Not if you look at your life, you can't say that. Like, how much of your life is for him? You say, I love him. You love what he does for you. That's different. Like, I love, what do I love? I love good khichdi. So am I going to marry good khichdi? We're going to have a wedding. Am I going to serve good khichdi? No, I love good khichdi because it makes me feel good. I like the way it tastes. So a lot of times when people say they love God, it's like loving an inanimate object. It's the same kind of love. This makes me feel good. Or you make me feel good, I love you. When you stop making me feel good, I don't love you. It's not that kind of love that Krishna wants, because it's not real love. So, one thing I would like us to say, Krishna loves you even without your love. Turn to the person next to you and tell them, Krishna loves you even without your love. Wow. Wow. Now we can all say wow at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wow. That's a wow. That's definitely a wow statement. There's a devotee he doesn't call it wow. He says that's a jai-worthy statement. Jai-worthy. Kind of funny, right? That was definitely a jai-worthy statement. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give it a 10. Krishna loves you, even without your love. Because we're thinking, why would he love me? And the answer is, because he does. You didn't do anything to deserve it. So, don't think you have to deserve the love. He's giving it. So that kind of solves that whole issue that God doesn't love me, because don't judge him that he doesn't love you. He does. Okay. Krishna loves you, part 2. Similarly, Krishna comes here with a purpose. He comes here to reclaim these fallen souls. We are part and parcel. Krishna loves us more than we love him. We do not love him, but Krishna loves every living being. He says, Sarva yonishu konteya sambhavanti murtayo yaha. It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving Father. So the last statement, Krishna loves every living being. Let's say it together. Krishna loves every living being because he's the Father. And in case you haven't noticed lately, you are a living being. And so you are in the category of all living beings. So you're included in all the living beings that Krishna loves. Isn't that good news? And in the beginning of this statement, Prabhupada says he comes to reclaim the fallen souls. So again, Krishna's coming down. Hello, I'm here. Let's go. Let's get out of here. I want to pull you out. Or you could say Krishna comes and he's asking us to dance. He's inviting us to dance. Krishna comes down. Here's the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna comes down and says, hey, we're having a party in Goloka. Why don't you come? Here's my invitation. This is how you do it. Just think of me, become my devotee, and then you'll get there. You'll come to the gates, they'll let you in. That's Bhagavad Gita. Come to my party, basically. Keep it simple. Keep Bhakti Shastri simple. Bhagavad Gita is Krishna asking to come to my party. How do I do it, Krishna? You just love me and they'll let you in. As long as you love me, you can come. Only the people who love me come to my parties. And the people who don't love me, they can't come. Which is why you're not in my party. But if you love me, you can come to my party. And I'm just coming down to invite you. And what do we say? Let me think about it. This sounds like too difficult. You ever think like that? It's too difficult. I have to give up something. You do have to give up something to be Krishna conscious. You have to give up old age. You have to give up disease. You have to give up death. You have to give up rebirth. You have to give up suffering, envy, anger, jealousy. Yeah, those are good things to give up, right? Krishna loves you, number 3. Well, there's actually 4 with a number 3. So 3, 4, 5, and 6. He comes, he loves us. Why not? We are his sons. Why he will not love us? He is supplying all necessities, and he wants to see that we are properly trained up in religious principles. So that point of the last slide or the slide before is, yeah, he loves you. He's giving you everything. That means that's pretty nice. Like we turn our back on Krishna and he gives us everything. That's pretty nice. That's pretty loving, isn't it? So Krishna loves everyone unlimitedly. Wow. Okay, what I'd like you to do now, I should have told you this before. I know this could be hard for some of you, but as I read these, I would like you to feel what I'm reading. Like Krishna actually loves you. Let's meditate on this for a minute. The Supreme Person, the one who is more beautiful than anyone, wealthier than anyone, smarter than anyone, more renounced than anyone. What did I miss? Famous, detached, yeah. Like, would you like to meet some big movie star because they're beautiful and rich? Yeah. This is the richest person, the most beautiful person, the most renounced, the most intelligent, the most everything. And he wants a relationship with you and he loves you. Let that sink in because that's very heavy. If you allow yourself to experience that at an emotional level, you will become ecstatic. It's one of the most ecstatic, amazing thoughts that you could ever deposit in your heart. Don't deposit in your brain, deposit in your heart and just feel it as we read these. Krishna loves everyone because everyone is part and parcel of Krishna. I want you to preach that God loves you, and I want you to show people by your acts that God loves them. So let's read this line on the bottom. I teach people by my actions that God loves them. Everyone together. I teach people by my actions that God. How will you teach? Well, you'll show his love. Prabhupada means you'll show Krishna's love to other people through your actions, but you have to feel his love to show it. And if you don't even believe he loves you, how can you teach that to anybody? Right? Turn to the person next to you and say, Krishna loves you unlimitedly. Now turn to the person next to you and tell them, Krishna loves me unlimitedly. And now allow yourself to just feel that Krishna loves you unlimitedly. Just allow yourself to feel what that's like. Wow, it's amazing. Huh? And we call that prema dhan, the wealth of love. What's better than that? Could you get anything better than that? I don't think so. And Krishna's coming. Not only is he coming, he's begging, please love me. I mean, it's insane. Like we're supposed to be begging God to love him, and he's coming and begging us to love him. Isn't that crazy? I mean, think about it. It's like this is the most paradoxical thing that I think exists in this universe, that he's coming asking us to love him when we should be coming to him asking him to love us. Isn't it? Like, it's kind of embarrassing, don't you think? Krishna has to come down here and ask you to love him. That's embarrassing. Better I just love him. Krishna loves you, number 4. Okay, like feel this as I read it. The direct process is sarva guyatamam, bhuya shrinu me paramam bacha ishto si. I am disclosing this most confidential part of my instruction unto you, ishto si, because I love you. This is a lecture. This is the Bhagavad Gita verse where Krishna is telling Arjuna, I'm speaking because you're very dear to me. This most confidential part of instruction unto you, ishto si, because I love you. Ishto si me, dridham iti, because I am confident that you are my confidential friend. Dridham, dridham iti tato vakshami tehitam. Therefore, I'm disclosing this to you. Okay, let's read the last line. Krishna speaks the Gita because he loves me. Let's say it together. Krishna speaks the... Turn to the person next to you and tell them, Krishna speaks the Gita because he loves you. Wow. So, this is a beautiful lecture. In the translation of that verse, it's translated because you're very dear to me. And I think the Sanskrit is Priya, right? I'm saying, yeah. What's that? No, it's not. Is it? No, that's another one. Ishto si me dridham iti. We'll have to look up that verse. Dridham iti tato bhaksha. I don't think, maybe it's, but anyway, Prabhupada translates it as dear. I'm speaking this knowledge to you, most confidential knowledge, because you're very dear to me. But here he says, because I love you. So, if anyone asks, where in the Gita does Krishna say, I love you? It's in this verse. I'm speaking this because I love you. And, somebody doesn't come down from Goloka Vrindavan and get on a battlefield and speak Bhagavad Gita if he doesn't love you anyway. But here he states it. Isn't that nice? Yes? Is it nice? Yeah. Okay. This slide is entitled Krishna Doesn't Love Me. When we feel Krishna doesn't love us, we are actually saying Krishna loves every living entity in the universe except me. So it's an insane statement, isn't it? And it's an emotional statement. It's not based on tattva, it's based on our own misunderstanding. And as I said before, it's based on an analysis. It's not based on understanding Krishna's heart, it's based on our psychology, that we think we're not lovable. You may not be lovable to someone else, but you're lovable to Krishna. So here's a little exercise. Remember all the events that enabled you to become a devotee and see Krishna's hand in all of these. As you meditate on how Krishna personally looked after you and arranged for you to become his devotee, feel his personal care and love for doing this for you. In other words, just take a moment and meditate how you became a devotee. And I think for all of us, there were events that transpired that kind of moved us towards Krishna. Something didn't go well in our life and we got a realization, or we did something that helped us move closer to Krishna. Krishna intervened when we were praying, we needed his help. So just take a moment and think how you came to Krishna consciousness and try to see it as Krishna personally bringing you. All the things that happened to you that brought you here, try to think Krishna doing, you got a job in this company and your partner was a devotee and he brought you to the temple, like all those little things. Because if you look at them, you'll see if one or two were missing, you wouldn't be a devotee. Like they all had to line up, isn't it? This had to happen, because if this didn't happen to my life, when I met that devotee, I wouldn't have been ready to hear from them. But because it just happened and I met him, then what he said made sense, and etc. So just meditate and close your eyes, whatever, meditate for a few minutes on that. And just Krishna pulling personally, this is personal. This is Krishna personally pulling you off the road that you were crashing on, going down to another body. And he just went, we're taking you off this road. This, and this happened. It was just all Krishna pulling you off. And as you do this exercise, just allow yourself to feel his personal care and love for you by arranging all these situations to help you come closer to him. Okay. You can gradually open your eyes. Looks like Krishna cares about us. He took time out of his busy day. Isn't that amazing? To personally reciprocate with our desire, with our need. Isn't that amazing? We are personalists. And Krishna was personally involved in our life. Why would he do that? Because he loves us. There's no other. So you can't say he doesn't love you. He pulled you out personally. Right? Can I tell you my story? It's a real, I won't tell you the whole thing, but I'll tell you one aspect of it. I had an experience when I believe I was 18, maybe 18, maybe just turned 19. I had experience in which I was using a psychedelic drug, and it allowed me to experience a very high level of happiness, like the whole day. You know, it didn't matter. I didn't have to do anything. I was just happy. And the whole time I was thinking, this is crazy. You should be able to do this without drugs. This should be our natural state. Like it was like the whole day I was like thinking like that. And I was thinking, I have to find out how. There has to be, like I knew. It was a knowing. It wasn't like, maybe there's a way. I was like, I know there's a way. I have to find out. So I was looking, I was like totally in this mood, like, you know, it's like you ever go to a shop and you find something, you don't buy it, and then you go back and it's not there, and you're like, where is it? I have to find it. And you go to every shop and nobody has it. It's like I was like that. I was just like, I got to find it. Where is it? Where is it? And I wasn't looking for it in drugs anymore. I said I knew it existed. And then something amazing happened. This is like so Krishna all the way. As I was growing up, I used my body. I didn't sit around a lot. I was always active, like all the time. So it's not that I wasn't intellectual. I just didn't, at that point in my life, I didn't like to sit around and read books. I'd read some magazines here and there, but I wouldn't read books. And one day I was in a bookstore, looking around the bookstore. Like, why would someone who doesn't read books be in a bookstore? It doesn't make any sense, does it? Like you don't ski, and one day you're walking down the street and you end up in a ski shop looking at skis and ski boots. It was like, why? It doesn't make sense. So I just walked in the bookstore and I didn't even know why I was there. I had no idea, right? And bookstores have lots of books, although in the old days, bookstores were like not even like half the size of this temple. That bookstore was like half or 2/3 of this temple. That was like a normal bookstore shop. There was no like Amazon and Barnes and Noble and all that. But you know, at least a few thousand books. And there was one book that I pulled off the shelf. What book do you think that was? Take a guess. Bhagavad Gita. Did I know what Bhagavad Gita was? No idea. No idea. And that's the book I pull off the shelf. And I didn't have any money in my pocket. And those were the days before credit cards and Venmo and all that other Google Pay, which was fortunate because it wasn't Prabhupada's Gita. And like the next day or 2 or 3 days later, I can't remember, but for dramatic purposes, we'll say the next day. The next day I was registering, this was in Berkeley, so I was registering for classes. I was a student. And in those days, you have to walk around the campus. So wherever your class is, you go to that hall and you register. You don't just do it online. So I'm walking across campus and there's a devotee, a Hare Krishna devotee, turned out to be Ridananda Raj. At that time, he was Howard. And he was sitting behind a little, those little card tables. Had some Bhagavad Gitas on it. And on the card table, there was a sign. It said, Bhagavad Gita, 4 units. And 4 units was I don't know what they use now, but 4 units was the most units of a class. It said, Bhagavad Gita, 4 units. And so immediately I thought, oh, that's the Bhagavad Gita. And when I was looking at the Gita, this little voice, Super Soul, said, read this book. And so when I saw Bhagavad Gita, I said, oh, that's the book I'm supposed to read. It was as if somebody told me and I promised I would do it. It was like that. Like, read this book. Like, okay, I'm going to read this book. And it was like the next day after, and there he was. And that, what it was that Ridayananda Maharaj, Bhakta Howard at the time, was close with a professor, and he asked this professor, said, would you sponsor me teaching the Bhagavad Gita as a philosophy class in which we would consider it's like an outside study. You study on your own, a professor sponsors you, and that's your class. So the outside study was him and Hansaduta teaching Bhagavad Gita. So my 4-unit philosophy class was me going to the temple twice a week and sitting in a Bhagavad Gita class and reading Bhagavad Gita, which I did twice. I read, as a condensed version, I read it in that 10-week semester. So it's like, how often does that happen? That you end up in a bookstore when you don't read. The only book you pull off the shelf is Bhagavad Gita, and the next day you go on your campus and you can get 4 units for it. And I did get an A in that class. Myself and one other, there were 150 people that took that class. By the last week of that class, there were only 3 left. And 2 of us became devotees. Everyone dropped out. Could you imagine? Why would you drop out? You know, that's like sad. Could have got 4 units, but anyway. So one day I was thinking about that, and I was thinking, this was like Krishna's personal arrangement. And if I had had that experience 6 months earlier, it wouldn't have done anything. But the experiences I had, this was in the fall, the experiences I had that summer enabled me to be ready. And so Krishna said, okay, you're ready. So now we're going to put you through this process. And then what happened? Then I was living in LA, so I went back to LA, tell my parents I want to become a devotee, went to the temple. Guess who was coming to the temple? Srila Prabhupada. Yeah, it's like, Hare Krishna. I mean, there are other things that happened. I don't want to tell you. But the point was I was meditating on it, and I thought, whoa, this is all Krishna personally pulling me out, and everybody has a story. Hare Krishna. I just want to see if we have any more slides that we need to do. Yeah, we do. Okay, let's just finish these slides. Because you know what happens after lunch? Your brain starts firing on 2 cylinders, sometimes 1 and sometimes a half, whereas now it's firing on 4. So, can I starve you for another 5 minutes? Yeah. Okay. If you fall asleep after lunch, we're going to turn the heat off. Because it works. Krishna is always guiding us as super soul, but due to our forgetfulness, we do not understand that Krishna is our everlasting friend. Krishna is my everlasting friend because he's always guiding me. Let's say that together. Krishna is my everlasting. Okay, tell the devotee next to you, Krishna is your everlasting friend because he's always guiding you. Wow, thank you, Krishna. Yeah. Why Krishna loves us? Krishna loves us not because of who we are, but because of who he is, full of mercy. Krishna loves us not because of what we did, but because of what he did, descended as Mahaprabhu. So here's a little mantra. Krishna loves me despite my disqualifications because he is full of love and compassion. Let's say it together. Krishna loves me despite my qualifications. Full of love and compassion. Yeah, so the same point. Now this next one is interesting. It's called We Have No Right. Considering how much Krishna loves us, we have no right to refuse his love. Considering how much Krishna loves us, we have no right not to love ourselves. Considering his love, refusing his love is like refusing to accept a precious gift from a lover. So, have you ever given someone a gift and they gave it back to you because they already had too many of that, or it was the wrong color? Like, I hope not, but if that ever happened to you, that's one of the lowest experiences in creation, isn't it? Like you went out, you found the gift, you spent the money, you packed it up, and you give it to them, and they're like, oh. You see their face and you just drop, right? So Krishna gives you himself, he gives you his love, and you don't love yourself. That is bad. It's like refusing a gift. Here's my love. I'm not qualified to take it. Don't do that. Don't do that to him. Considering how much Krishna loves us, we have no right not to love ourselves. Refusing his love is like refusing to accept a precious gift from a lover. So accepting Krishna's love is also giving that love to ourselves. Okay. Don't be afraid to open your heart fully to Krishna's love. It's going to be difficult to love yourself if you can't feel his love. So sometimes, we don't think we're worthy of his love. There's some resistance, but if we don't accept his love, then it's really hard to love ourselves. So now I have an affirmation. Krishna loves me despite my faults and sins, and even without my love. I open my heart to receive and accept his love, and I give myself the same love and affection that he gives me. Let's say it together. Krishna loves me despite my faults and sins, and even without my love. I open my heart to receive and accept his love, and I give myself the same love and affection that Krishna gives me. Turn to your partner and tell them, Krishna loves you. Turn to your partner and say, Krishna loves me. Turn to your partner and say, I love prasadam. Hare Krishna. So we'll break for prasadam and we'll try to meet back at 1:45. And we're going to go to 5 o'clock. Is that correct? 4 o'clock or 5? 5. Around 1:45, you should all be finished. If you finish earlier, just come in a little earlier. We can do kirtan like that. Okay? TK? Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Go Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. I want to play another kirtan. Yes. I hope so. Let's see.
After eating lunch, there's a table, shirts, books, USB.
Where is it?
It's in the Prasadam hall.
Okay.
USB chips with all kinds of lectures, workshops, kirtans, bhajans, and affirmation cards, chapel book, all kinds of nice things. So please come and get some if you haven't bought them yet.
Says it can't connect. You have to activate it again?
See if it's still connected.
Want me to turn it off? It's not showing up.
Is that the Upanishad Bhajan? Is that on one of the USBs?
The Brahma Samhita?
The Brahma
Yeah, yeah.
It's on.
We can do it later. It's all right. We'll do it later.
You want me to remove it when you're going upstairs?
What do you think? Now or at the end? What's better?
I can remove it now.
Okay. What?
It takes one more.
Okay. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. That, yeah. It's everywhere. It's called Primeval Lord. Yeah, let's check it out. Primeval Lord. Sounds better on that. That is so good. that system.
So your plate will be ready in few minutes.
Where, we're going upstairs, right?
Upstairs, all right. He said down here.
We have anything for Southern down here or up there? She said,
He said down here. Yeah,
where's down here?
but we'll just go to the.
Lower plant stairs.
Where's it going? I haven't seen chocolate in the floor. Yeah, right.
Come through this way, you don't have to go through the cold. Come through this way, then you don't have to go through the cold, go through the kitchen. There we go. What's the difference?
Hard to find because we didn't call it. Supposed to like link. People don't see it.
Yeah, no. Uh,
Oh, yeah. It's going from different mom. I didn't know all the things that was. But the my new that I could stand.
No, you see what to do. There. Where is birds?
Maybe a little louder. Hare Krishna, Hare, yeah, and bring me the harmony. Krishna, 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 Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Prabhupada.
Okay, it's going.
So we only have about 50% survivors. Did I say two? Oh, okay. I thought I said 145 only. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So I'll do some songs for you while we're waiting. So this is the third verse. Everyone's here. Feeling lower than a blade of grass. More tolerant than a tree. Offering all respects unto others, wanting no respect for me. And I can chant your holy name. I can chant your holy name. Constantly. Third verse. Feeling lower than a blade of grass. Tolerant than offering all respects unto others. Wanting all respect for me. You can all sing this part. And I can chant your holy name. I can chant your holy name. I can chant your holy name. Constant. All you have to do is be humble. Then you can chant all day. And if you can't chant all day, you must not be humble, right? And what does being humble mean? It means feeling lower than a blade of grass. More tolerant than a tree. Offering all respects unto others. Wanting no respect for. And I can chant. You like that verse? All respect to others, none for me. You don't like that verse, right? You want it. Giving up, offering no respects to others. Wanting all respect for me. That's the one you like, right? Then I could never chant constantly. Feeling lower than a blade of grass. More tolerant than a tree. offering all respects unto others, wanting no respect for me. Everyone, then I can chant, chant, chant. I can chant, chant, chant. I can chant, chant, chant. Holy constantly, constantly. I can chant constantly. I can chant, chant, chant. I can chant, chant, chant. Constantly, constantly. I can chant constantly. How can I chant? What's the secret? If I'm feeling lower than a blade of grass, or a child than a tree, if I can offer all respects unto others, and want no respect for others, then I can chant, chant, chant. I can chant, chant, chant. Constantly, constantly, constantly. When will my eyes be decorated with tears of love? And when will my voice show and my hair stand on end at the recitation of your holy name, at the recitation of your holy name. That's hankering. Decorated with tears of love. And when my voice goes and my hair stand, and my hair stand on at the recitation of your holy name, at the recitation of your holy name. Want to try to sing? When my eyes be decorated with tears of, and my voice choke, and my head is stand on at the rest station of your, at the recitation of your holy. I Shaya, Ainam Gargashaya, Vadanam Ga Udaya Yeva. I Vadanam Udaya Yeva. Ulapa Chitam Prabhupada Navanama Grahane Bhavishyati. I go Premanandi Hari Hari Bo. This particular song is being worked on right now, being composed. We're going to compose all of them. We've finished one. We're working on the second, we're working on the one I just played, the humility one we're working on, and then this other one we're working on right now. And we finished the eighth one. You want to hear the eighth one?
Yes.
Really good. Play the eighth one for you. Yes. You can love me. This is Radharani speaking. You can love me. You can break me. But you can leave me or embrace me. You can do anything that you want, but you'll always be the Lord of my heart. You will always be, always be. You will always be of my heart. You will always be, always be. You will always be the Lord of my heart. You can, you can, you can embrace me. You can do anything that you want. You'll always be of my heart. Always be, always be. You will always be of my heart. You will. I chase your love, but not tonight. I should have my time. You will be of my heart. Everyone, you will always be. Peace. Peace. Everyone, you will always be. You will always be. Hare Krishna. Pray for me that we finish this project. It's like, I want to do them really well, and to do things well, you know, is not easy. And not cheap, so. We're working on one song, English, Sanskrit, for every verse. 4 or 5 minute song, 2 Maha mantras, yeah. To get the Shishastakam like in our heart, in our body, mind, and soul. What do you think? Kind of get it when it's sung, right? It's like goes to a different level. Yeah, it goes, bypasses the intellect, goes to the heart. Okay, are we ready for section 6? Let's do it. Our eternal friend. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that I am the super soul everywhere. So Krishna is so kind that he's always with us as friend. If we can learn to treat him with our friendly love and affection, the reciprocation is permanent. And that is the highest success of our human form of life. So Prabhupada's making the point we were making in the last session. Krishna loves you, and so it's all about reciprocation. It's not like you create it, you're reciprocating. You're not proactive, you're reactive, you're reacting to the love. If you try to love God in this way, nothing in the whole world can check you. You only have to develop your eagerness. Krishna, I want you, that's all. But there is no question of being stopped. In any condition, your love will increase. If you attain that state, you will feel fully satisfied. It is not that God wants you to love him for his benefit. It is for your benefit. If you do otherwise, you will never be happy. So loving Krishna is self-care, right? That's right. So it's clear. So let's chant this mantra. If I am eager to love Krishna, nothing in the world can stop me. If I am eager to love Krishna. In other words, Krishna wants you to love him. So if you want to love him, then he's going to help you. So it's like nothing's going to stop you because he's helping you do it. And if he helps you, then yeah, everything's good. Just try to love Krishna. Simply loving Krishna, it is very easy. You love here, there, so many. You just try to love Krishna and stay in transcendental state. Love is there, but we are misplacing our love. That is our folly. Place that love to Krishna. You haven't got to learn how to love. You know, everyone knows, so you place that love to Krishna. So let's, I'll repeat this and we'll say it again. I know how to love and I place my love in Krishna. Everyone, I know how to love and I place my love in Krishna. Isn't that nice? Prabhupada's saying, you know how to love already. Just put it in Krishna. Look at that picture, Bilva Mangala Thakur. Look at his love. Can you see it on his face? Beautiful, huh? What does it mean to surrender? So this is the verse. You see this little blue boy here? Does he look scary? Like if you surrender to that little blue boy, does it look like he's just going to make your life difficult? What do you think? I don't think so. This little blue boy that we're all afraid of surrendering to, because if I surrender, he's going to take everything away and make me suffer. Yeah, I think we got a little mixed up here. Does he look like the kind of person that would like? Okay, abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. So my paraphrase of what Krishna is saying is, I love you. Will you love me too? I want to dance with you. Will you dance with me too? I miss you and want you to come home. Will you come home to me too? That's what surrender means, right? That's easy. That's easier than what we might think surrender is, right? So Krishna's, as we said, he's just asking for reciprocation. That's all. Good or great?
Great.
Good or great? Can you surrender? If this is your definition, can you do that? All you have to do is love him, dance with him, and go back to Godhead. Sounds good to me. Better than a 9-to-5 job, isn't it? Yes.
reflecting on Krishna. I mean, it's like I think Krishna has always taken care of me, but then I have still this fear. What if this happens? What if that happens? What if Krishna doesn't come through? And one of the things I'm just looking at Krishna is he's very dramatic. He's not. He likes dramatic, Lord. And one thing Gauravani once said to somebody, they were doing kirtan at, I think it was the Philly yoga studio. Somebody didn't show up for their kirtan, and it was like, oh, they're getting some. The organizers were getting very stressed, and so they didn't know what to do. And then Gauravani said, "Don't worry, Krishna will figure something out. He likes to be the hero." So I was just thinking that Krishna always likes to be the hero. Save us, but it can be stressful, the situations at the same time.
Yeah, it can be. But sometimes it's stressful, but at the same time, you know Krishna's right around the corner, and so you expect him to show up, and then you're not stressed anymore. The first thing you said, I was thinking of something, you know, the fear, what did you say? The fear of surrender, taking away or something, or what?
Not coming. Yeah, it's like there's a
Not supplying, not providing. So the fear of Krishna not supplying. How about the fear of me not surrendering? That's a better fear. I mean, if you can choose your fears, that would be a better fear to choose. Like, why not choose a fear that will help you more than a fear that will push you away from Krishna more? Choose a fear that will bring you closer. Like, what will happen to me if I don't surrender? Like, well, if I surrender, then what about this? What about that? No, if I don't surrender, what about this and that? That's the better way of using fear. Right? Simple, isn't it? So simple, only took me 54 years to figure it out. Okay. Love is our life. Our life is only meant for one purpose, to reciprocate with the love Krishna showers on us. Let's read that together. Our life is only meant for one purpose, to reciprocate with the love Krishna showers on us. So that's like, you know, you need a life mission, you got it today. There it is, right here, right on this slide. This is the life mission. So what are we doing with our life? Our whole life is we're trying to catch up. Krishna's loving us and we're trying to pay back, and he's way ahead in payment. And so our mission is just collect my love and give it back. That's my life. That's it. Nothing else. That's life. Everything I do evolves around this. And listen to this, for all you Bible lovers. In Matthew 22, 36 to 40, a Pharisee lawyer asked Jesus, which is the great commandment in the law? Jesus responded, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the great and first commandment. And we have an affirmation. I'll say it and then you can say it. My goal in life is to reciprocate with the love Krishna continually showers upon me. Let's say it. My goal in life is to reciprocate. Okay, so we're going to do an exercise now, which generally we don't do after lunch because it's dangerous after lunch. But this is where it comes up in the workshop, so we're going to do it. Be open to receive, accept, and deeply feel Krishna's love in your heart through his holy names, and try to reciprocate with that love as you chant. So we're going to chant a round or so together. And here's our mantra. I open my heart to Krishna's love while chanting the holy names. You can say that. I open my heart to... So the goal of this is to receive and offer our love to Krishna. So we're offering our heart to his love and our heart to our love. Okay? So we'll just chant a little bit. I'll wake you up when the session's over. If you don't have your beads, you can go get them. Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. It's payback time, everybody. Gonna try to pay Krishna back with your japa. Offer your love. Whatever love you have, just offer it. Hare Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare. Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna. Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram. Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram. Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram. Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare. Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram. Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram. Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram. Hare Krishna Krishna. Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram. Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram. Oh my goodness. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Ram, Ram, Ram. Remember that person who loves you so much. Reciprocate with him. Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna is waiting for your love. Been waiting a long time. Pray that to you, through the holy name, you can get that love and give it back. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna. Rama Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Mhm. Good. Okay, we're going to the next section. This is very relevant. This section is entitled Self-Acceptance, Self-Compassion, and Self-Love. And these are, you remember in the first day, I think it was the first day or second day, we had said that these are the elements of self-care. Like, and we were talking about trying to increase our self-care. So these are the things we have to increase, and we're going to talk about these, what they are, and how to know if we have them or don't have them, and how to get them. Self-acceptance is the refusal to be in an adversarial relationship with yourself. Lord Chaitanya accepts and loves us despite our faults, so we should offer that same acceptance and love to ourselves. So here's our little mantra. Offer myself the same love and acceptance as the Lord gives me. Please repeat. Offer myself the Lord gives me. The self-acceptance conundrum, if I accept myself, I become apathetic. And we have spoken about this, but we're going to go over it again. It's common to think that self-acceptance would cause us to become apathetic. Self-acceptance doesn't imply being lax or not trying to improve. Self-acceptance acknowledges our current limitations, challenges, and nature without self-condemnation. The self-acceptance makes it easier for us to try harder because we create a positive relationship with ourselves. Being down on ourselves does not produce positive outcomes. So, I want to read this sentence again. It's the second sentence, third sentence. Self-acceptance acknowledges our current limitations, challenges, and nature without self-condemnation. So that's what self-acceptance means. Okay, this is how I am. It acknowledges that, it accepts it, not in the sense of it accepts it as an excuse, this is how I am, but accepts it as a reality of this is how I am. Because this is how I am. So why not accept it? It's not going to change. So this is how I am. I'm accepting it without condemning myself. It doesn't mean I don't want to be better. It doesn't mean I'm not going to try to be better, but it means I accept this is who I am right now without self-condemnation, because when the self-condemnation comes, it has a negative effect. And so our little mantra, I create a positive relationship with myself. I create. Turn to the person next to you and tell them, I create a positive relationship with myself. Yeah. Well, those are the two choices. You have a positive relationship or a negative. So probably positive is better, right? It's okay to be me. Being okay with yourself means accepting that you are human. Negative self-talk causes discouragement, lack of enthusiasm, and or giving up. In this state, your service is negatively impacted. You can't give what you don't have. Being okay with yourself prevents you from descending into the I don't care mode. It's okay to be me. That's your mantra. Let's say it. It's okay to be. So I was talking about that this morning in Bhagavatam class, that I try not to allow myself to become discouraged, even when I am discouraged. So it's, just do your best to not be discouraged, because it's really not helpful. It's quite harmful. Okay, turn to the person next to you and tell them, it's okay to be you. Okay, so you might say, okay, I'm full of faults and you're telling me it's okay to be me, so good, I'm not going to do anything to improve. So it's okay to be me, and it's okay to be a better version of me tomorrow. So I'm okay with myself, but I want to be better tomorrow. So here's a little kind of summation of this. You beat yourself down and love yourself up. So when you have this negativity, it doesn't help you, it puts you down. And self-love actually brings you up. So here's our little mantra. I love myself up. Yeah. And I beat myself down. No, you don't want to say that. But when you beat yourself, that's where it goes. It goes down. Like we have the expression, I beat myself up. You don't beat yourself up, you beat yourself down. Right? That's a bad expression. Okay. So here's some problems caused by a lack of self-acceptance. And you could note any of these as we read them. Maybe some of these relate to you. When we focus on what's wrong with ourselves, number one, we can lose sight of what is right or good about ourselves. Number two, we need validation from others to prove to ourselves that we are acceptable, valuable, and or lovable. I think I'm going to read the first line every time I read these. When we focus on what's wrong with ourselves, three, we have problems with those who correct us because they remind us of how bad we are. When we focus on what's wrong with ourselves, four, we have problems with finding our own faults because this reminds us of how bad we are. When we focus on what's wrong with ourselves, five, we don't live up to our full potential because we believe we are less than we are, because you're looking at the bad side of yourself. When we focus on what's wrong with ourselves, six, we become critical or envious of those we imagine to be better or more successful than us. When we focus on what's wrong with others, seven, we are prone to judge and condemn ourselves. When we focus on what's wrong with ourselves, eight, we lose enthusiasm for our spiritual practices. When we focus on what's wrong with ourselves, nine, we easily become discouraged, frustrated, or depressed. So this is not an exhaustive list. We could list more things, but I put this here just to make the point that lack of self-acceptance is very detrimental. Yes or yes? Yes or yes? Good or great? You all look as tired as I am. Okay, what is self-love? Loving yourself doesn't imply selfishness. Self-love means treating yourself as you would someone you love. It also means giving yourself the same love that Krishna gives you. This includes compassionately dealing with your faults. So, if you've ever heard the word self-compassion and wondered what it means, well, this is one thing it means is when you make a mistake, you just, you deal compassionately as you would with someone else. Because you ever made a mistake and call yourself stupid, idiot, useless, bum, loser? That's not self-compassion. That's self-hatred. So self-compassion is being kind and understanding. Okay, we'll do better next time. You're a work in progress, etc. So this is entitled, Be Kind to Yourself. Talk to yourself like someone you love. Talk to yourself like you would talk to someone you care for, not like you would to someone you don't like. You ever talk to yourself as if it's a person you don't like? Yeah, that's called self-hatred. At least it's called self-dislike. If you don't want it, if you don't think it's hatred, it's self-dislike. And what does that do to you? Anything good? No. So here's a little affirmation. I treat and talk to myself in the same way I would treat and talk to someone I love. We can repeat. I treat and talk to myself the same way. And the fact is, if we don't do that, that means we've become our own enemy, basically. It means we're turning against ourselves. Pretty simple, isn't it? So I would say if we don't do that, then we should think something's wrong with me. Like that I need to work through this because this is not right. Well, you already knew something was wrong with you. But if you hate yourself, it's really wrong. Service is self-love. So this is from Prabhupada. I love myself because I am eternal servant of God. Therefore, if I actually love myself, I must always engage myself in the service of the Lord. Isn't that nice? So, did you know Prabhupada was talking about self-love? We have a quote. He's talking about self-love. And we said earlier in the course that if anything you do in devotional service is an act of self-love because it helps you. It's for your own benefit, right? And Prabhupada's saying that here. So let's say the mantra. Because I love myself, I always engage in Krishna service. Because I love myself. Yeah. So Prabhupada's saying, if you actually love yourself, you will do service. That is a sign of your love. I am a servant of Krishna. I'm part and parcel of Krishna. So if I love myself, I serve him. Pretty simple. Loving yourself is loving Krishna. Wow. Another quote by Prabhupada about self-love. I am thinking sometimes to love my body, my mind, like that. But real love is because I am spirit soul. Therefore, I love myself. And why I love myself? Because it is part and parcel of Vishnu. Therefore, ultimately, you love Vishnu. So here's our mantra. Loving myself as a soul is loving Krishna. Loving myself as a soul is loving. So if I love myself as a soul, I'm part of Krishna. And so loving myself means I'm loving Krishna because I'm part of Krishna. I'm loving that part of Krishna. So again, devotional service is self-love. Japa as self-care. In Kali Yuga, chanting the holy name is the highest form of self-love and self-care because this is the way we get out of the material world. So it's, if you're having trouble with japa, then it's nice if you look at japa as self-care. And let's look at the next slide. When I say I don't care enough about my japa, I am really saying I don't care enough about myself. When I say I don't care enough about blank, I'm really saying I don't care enough about myself. So it's what? Blank? You fill in the blank. What? No, we already did japa. So no. And anything, not just japa. What I meant is if I say I don't care about my whatever, japa, my health, my this or that, I'm really saying I don't care enough about myself. I don't care enough about myself to care about my health, my japa, my sadhana, my service. Like that's what it means. I should add that to it. I'm really saying I don't care enough about myself to care about blank. That's what it means, right? Can I write that in? No, I can't because I'm in there. Yeah. Oh, screen sharing closed. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna add this here. Okay. Go back to screen share. But I think I mentioned this point before, didn't I, a few days ago? I did mention this. This is really, I think this is very significant. So anytime you don't care about something or you say, I don't care about this or that, just ponder that perhaps you just need to care more about yourself. And if you did care more about yourself, you would care more about doing that or not doing that, whatever the case may be. So, you're taking it to a more fundamental level. I don't care enough about myself to care about this activity. Because we think, well, I just don't care much for exercising. And I would say, no, you don't care enough about yourself to exercise. Don't blame it on the exercise. I don't like to sit and chant. I'm an active person. Don't blame it on the japa. Blame it on your lack of self-care. That would be better. That would help you more. So here's an affirmation. Japa is my highest form of spiritual self-care. As I care more about myself, I care more about my japa. And as I care more about myself, I care more about my Krishna consciousness. Let's say it together. Japa is my highest form of self-care. As I care more about myself, I care more about my japa. And as I care more about myself, I care more about my Krishna consciousness. So you want to do an exercise? Here's 4 questions. You can write the answers down on your phone. You can, if you have a notebook, of course, you can write them there. That's a reflection on how you can manifest more self-care in your life. So once you take 10 minutes or so and answer these questions, and then we'll have a little discussion on this after you answer the questions. So all you need is a phone or something to write on. Everyone has a phone, right? You have a phone? No. You have paper? You can get some paper somewhere. Wow, he's very renounced. No phone. Or his parents are very strong. Ah. time. If you finished, keep working on it. And there's more that is lying inside of you and you don't know it. So try to answer the questions a little more deeply. And I guarantee you something more will come out. Take another minute Did you finish? We still have 16 devotees with us. Kind of, I mean. So what we're going to do now is we are going to ask any of you if you would like to share anything. You could share a realization, you could share an answer that you got from this exercise. Whoops. Go back to the. Whoops. Yeah. And the reason we do this is we can learn. When we hear from others, a lot of times others will share, they'll share something that would be good for us that we didn't think of. And also when you share, you know, and you verbalize it, you get, sometimes you get more clarity by saying it. So. Who would like to share? Okay. Yes.
There's lack of acceptance, compassion, or love, there could be impacts in your life is being discouraged.
Mm. So specifically, how would it help deal with that? From being discouraged in the first place, or coming out of discouragement? And how? How would that? How do you see that?
That's the second question.
No, I'm just asking you to tell us how you, not necessarily the second question, but like if you feel discouraged, how would more self-care help you deal with that? How do you see that personally?
Contemplating on the self.
What's good for you? Thinking about what's, this is, if you contemplate on self-care, then what happens?
Then there will be a self-acceptance.
So you're saying discouragement, discouragement in relation to how you see yourself. Is that, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So you wouldn't even have that problem in the first place. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in other words, you're saying it's discouraging for you to think of yourself, to not be able to accept yourself. And so that discouragement, well, you wouldn't even have it anymore. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Lack of self-acceptance means that we don't accept our faults or limitations. And that means that can be stubborn and don't give room for our own improvements.
Yeah.
So being self-caring and self-accepting means that we can recognize our own faults and limitations, accept it, but then also try to work on that and improve.
Yeah, it's actually the only way to improve. Because if we don't accept it, then, as we were saying a few nights ago, it's so negative that it can can just destroy our enthusiasm to improve ourselves because we feel, well, what's the use? I'm hopeless. Can't change. This is how I am. And also your now, our self-analysis is totally subjective because someone else may look at you and think you're great. And that wasn't a mistake, or it was not as bad as you think. So, that it would prevent us from making those kind of subjective judgments. Right? Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Lack of self-acceptance definitely will go with the depression, and we may not action ourselves, and it may not motivate us to do those things again. By accepting, definitely it will motivate, and it will accept as is, and will take the steps to avoid.
Yeah, take the steps. Yeah.
Basically, I'm accepting too much. Means say, I'm doing mistake, so I'm accepting it. And if that is happening so many times, maybe that is means we are accepting too much, and that goes in different angles rather than improvement and this.
It could be, but yeah, if you're accepting in a way that makes you lazy or give up, then it's not
Yeah,
it's
give
not,
me another like
it's not
15, 20 minutes, then
self-acceptance in
it's almost
Right now.
the mode of
almost
goodness.
going a bit over.
Bina, can you
That's
mute?
it.
We can hear you. Or maybe I can mute you. Yeah, okay. I wouldn't call that self-acceptance. It sounds almost like an excuse. So self-acceptance is not an excuse. It's an acknowledgement of this is who I am. If you're trying your best to improve, you would never have a negative effect. But if you're using it as an excuse, yeah, it could have a negative effect. That's one thought. But self-acceptance isn't it's meant to acknowledge the reality of this is who I am. That's all. It's not meant to make excuses for it. It's not meant to, not motivate me to be better. It's just the acknowledgement, this is who I am today. And so to not accept it has no benefit. So accepting, how you're defining acceptance could be, it's just an excuse. I'm making excuses for doing nothing. And so that's not the idea. But I have another thought, and I don't know if this relates to you, but I'm thinking that if you were raised with very high standards, it may be more difficult to accept yourself because, you're always supposed to be like this. And so in that sense, you may be thinking, I'm doing too much self-acceptance because I'm down here now and I'm okay with it. Whereas I've always been told to be up here and never okay unless I got right to the top. So you may be challenged with self-acceptance where you are okay. It's just you have to move the goalpost down a little bit. Like, you understand? Like you have it so high that you would think, I have my goals so high, my standards so high, but I'm here. And so being self-accepting would be like, it wouldn't be healthy. But it would be. Because you can't be this person up here. And because you can't be this person up here, you could never be self-accepting until you get up there. And you may never get up there. So that could play into it also and make you think that self-acceptance is not good. I'm just making an excuse, but it may actually be the best you're already the best you can be, but you don't recognize it because you always have been pushed to be better and better. So, in that sense, you may not even need self-acceptance. You may just need to lower the goalpost a little bit to something realistic. Because if you don't do that, you may never have self-acceptance because you'll never be the high enough self to accept. You'll always be challenged with it. Oh, this isn't good. I'm accepting myself. I'm supposed to be up higher. And you'll always be like punishing yourself, berating yourself, etc. Does that make sense? Or did I lose you or no? And I guess if we, I don't know how many sections we're going to get through, but if we get through, there is a section about this where we talk about having goals that are set too high. Because, when you set something too high, then you always fail. So then you always feel like a failure, where you're not really a failure, it's just you set the bar too high. Like I want to get 3 PhDs, I only got 1, so I'm a failure. I want to get 3 Oscars, I only got 2, I'm a failure. Right? So we arbitrarily set standards that maybe we can't achieve. And so that makes it difficult to accept ourselves. Whereas if we set lower standards, we've already achieved them. And we wouldn't even have to worry about self-acceptance because we didn't create a situation that would make us feel like there's something wrong with us. So if you create a situation that makes you feel like something's wrong with you, that's not good, right? I should chant 64 rounds a day. I should be sleeping 4 hours, etc., etc. And then if that's your standard, you can't do it. You'll feel like, how can I accept myself? I'm a failure. But you're not really a failure. You're just failing. You failed to achieve something that was already impossible for you to achieve, that you should never set that standard. So it's something to think about. Yes? Your parents might be pushing you so much to achieve so much, which is good, but it could backfire and make you feel like there's something wrong with you because what makes you feel like they're not satisfied because I didn't go high. And so that's not good. Yes.
I was on number 4. What will be the challenges you face internally and externally in doing this, and how will you deal with them? What came to me was falling into old thought patterns.
Yeah, exactly.
And how to alleviate this for me would be, to remind myself that I want to make progress.
Yeah.
Be proactive in that.
I thought the same thing. When I was thinking of number 4, I thought, and this is always the challenge when you're trying to change, is the old pattern. The old pattern just creeps up and it's comfortable and we know it and you don't have to do anything. It's really laziness, right? I mean, we could say that the real challenge is laziness, but what I have found is if you practice self-acceptance and self-care, it starts to become more normal. And that becomes the normal default, which is really good. Like you'll default to those things which are better for you rather than put them on the back burner and do something that isn't. And that's really what we want to do. And we'd like to get it to that point where it's just the way we are. So if anything, this is what I also found, it's like anything you can do that's self-caring, materially, on any level, it's going to help your spiritual self-care because it's kind of like a muscle that you're using. And so it's really an attitude you're developing. And so when you become more self-caring in one area, generally it'll spill over. Kind of becomes like a pattern in your life. So I would suggest that also. And by doing that, you're breaking the old habit. And so it starts to become like more normal, And that includes setting some limitations on what you can and can't do. Because sometimes if you don't have those limitations, in order to do certain things, you'll have to neglect yourself perhaps in important areas. Right? Take on too much service, then you can't chant your rounds properly, and then you'll have to chant them improperly. So in order to get something done, you sacrificed your own well-being. And we do that all the time. But more self-care would make it easier. It wouldn't be a struggle. It wouldn't be like, oh, this is my default setting. It would become more like, this is my new default setting. This is what I do. And so the more things you do that are self-caring, And the longer you do it, the more it becomes just natural. That's you know, after a workshop like this, it's important to try to deeply embody and imbibe what you learned, and then just start putting in practice immediately, because the longer you wait to put in practice, the less likely you'll do it. So if you just immediately do it, that's going to be the best thing. And,
Or a common line between the material and the spiritual self-care where they should go hand in hand.
yeah, they should go. Yeah, well, if they don't go hand in hand, then it's not really self-care. Because you can't neglect something in the name of self-care. I mean, you know, if you neglect it as a choice because it's not important, that's different. But if it's something that's important and you neglect it in order to advance your spiritual life, it's kind of is a little dysfunctional. And it probably will have negative ramifications in the long run. You know, you didn't take care of yourself materially, then it's going to come back at you. You know, like that's why we say an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Because you all know when you get sick, you put in more time taking care of yourself than you would have put in to prevent it, right? Isn't it? You ever go on like a week or two, you don't get enough sleep, and then your body breaks down? So now, you know, your body says, okay, well, we're going to get sleep now. I'm going to make you sick and you're going to sleep. So it definitely affects our spiritual life. Now I'm not well, or I have some social or material problems I'm not taking care of. It affects us. I mean, I don't think it's like a healthy idea to be balanced spiritually and not materially. I don't think in the long run it's going to help. I mean, you know, someone might say, well, you know, if you're going to choose one or the other, choose the spiritual. But I would say if you don't give attention to the material, eventually it's going to affect your spiritual. So it's, you know, to make one choice over the other, it's not exactly that's what you're doing. Is that okay? Yeah. Anyone else like to share? Mathura Dasha. Do we have a wireless mic around? Do we have,
We turned that system off.
so that has the wireless, and that doesn't have wireless mic? Okay.
You want me to go through each one?
No, whatever you want. You don't have to necessarily, whatever you think would be beneficial for us to hear.
First one, I doubt I can show up and do what Dharma Krishna is asking me to do. I don't forgive myself for many things that I had done. And number two, what ways would more self-acceptance, self-love improve my life? I'd be more forgiving, I'd feel secure in any environment and not fear making mistakes. I would have faith and confidence that I can show up as a perfect instrument of Krishna's. Three, how can I
At least you try anyway, right? You wouldn't run away from it.
just however I show up.
Better than not showing up.
And manifest more self-love.
Let me interject. If you don't do something because you're afraid you fail, or you do something and fail, which one do you think Krishna appreciates more? Yeah. So it's not always about whether we succeed or fail. It's about showing Krishna I'm willing to try. That's important. So you don't have to worry about failure, because if you try it, it's not really a failure. Right? Yes.
How can I manifest more self-love, and self-compassion? What core beliefs? So, pray to Krishna for qualities to make me stronger. Be determined to be in sattva gun by keeping my activities in sattva. Believing I'm worthy of love. Believe and realize my nature is full of joy, full of chit.
Mm.
So try to believe it and try to show up that way. Take time to reflect on how I'm not being self-loving. And connect with Krishna through Bhagavatam, spending time getting guidance from sadhus who are self-caring and will be loving to me.
Mm.
And what will be the challenges you face internally and externally in doing this? Having self-doubts, lack of faith in Krishna and lack of faith even in myself, blaming others and situations for what I perceive as being difficulties or difficult situations. And how will I deal with them? Ask for support from people close to me to let them know who I want to be, what I want to do, and ask them to call me out if they don't see that I'm showing up in that way. And have like coaching or self-coaching around these things.
Very nice. As I always say, if you want to increase your faith in Krishna, put more faith in Krishna and see what happens. A lot of times we don't have faith out of fear, but then we don't do anything, so that we don't allow the faith to increase or the fears to get destroyed because we don't test them. So if you test them, then you give Krishna a chance to show you that he's there and how he's there and how he helps. Right? But if you don't test it, then the fear remains. So I don't know, I don't trust. So give Krishna a chance to prove himself by trusting in him, by taking a leap of faith, and see what happens. And I have a fear, and my fear is if you don't put your faith in Krishna, he will reciprocate with that lack of faith, and the lack of faith will increase. That's my fear, and I don't want that to happen. So that's scary if you think about it. If I show any lack of faith in Krishna or lack of trust, he's going to reciprocate with it. And it will increase my lack of faith and trust. It'll show up because I don't have it. And Krishna will reciprocate it with it. And then I'll have less of it, as opposed to giving him my trust and letting him reciprocate with it and giving me more. I would develop more that way. Correct? Correct. I think we need to take a break. It is 3:20. Can we meet back at 3:30? That'll give us an hour and a half to do some more and wake up and go do a headstand for the next 10 minutes or go outside and jump up and down, whatever.
Yes.
Hare Krishna. Jai Prabhupada. Yeah, it is scary. It is scary. It is. It is. We should scare ourselves, but we should scare ourselves away from Maya and towards Krishna. If Krishna is reciprocating, then that in itself is a scary statement, because he's multiplying your fears, multiplying your anxieties, multiplying your lack of faith. That's scary because he could be multiplying the opposite. So, you use your fears to protect you. So I should be afraid not to show my faith. Right? I don't have faith, I lack it. I should be afraid to lack it. I should want to show it. Because then there's reciprocation. Trust is part of surrender. Krishna will protect me. He'll maintain me. And I live my life that way, with that faith. Like that. What I need is provided. I don't have to worry. Spiritually and materially. Like whatever I need spiritually, it's provided also. It's there if I want to be Krishna conscious. And with that faith, then Krishna will come and guide you. If you lack the faith, then so Krishna will say, well, you don't have faith, so why should I guide you? You don't even believe I'll do it. So if you don't believe I'll do it, I'll reciprocate with that and I won't do it. Of course, he can intervene any way he wants, but generally speaking, that's what it would be like. Yes? Yeah.
Yes.
Snacks. Pakora. Okay.
Sometimes situations in our life, when we give importance to ourselves, to our passion, but the decision is taken in a negative way by other people.
For example, you're too selfish. By
Yeah.
other people, like who? Like, yeah, if your parents are first.
How we have seen in a joint family.
Yeah.
I have seen my mother in a joint family of like 10 people in a house, and she compromised and her own health and like a lot of things.
Does she regret having done that? Does she regret that? Or she just takes it as a duty? And what's the result? Her health is not good.
She was
She's not happy. She's not healthy.
uh,
What?
she's healthy,
Okay, good.
but sometimes
Such as?
like when you keep like you are fasting and you fast for a long time, then she gets acidity, all the stomach problem starts.
Yeah.
But still she will do that because she thinks it's for the betterment of her kid. So she will do it,
Yeah.
but she will not take her health, she will not give her health an importance. So, and also in relationships also, so when you're brought up in that environment where you see, compromises in relationships, and suddenly you feel like self-compassion. And now these terms are making so much of sense because we are living away from family, like everyone has nuclear families now, and you have your own personal life and you can follow all those things, but in a joint family, it looks a little bit difficult. Is that?
Especially for the women, not the men. Especially for the daughter-in-law, right? That's the worst.
Being a mother, I feel it is more important to be self-love than compassion.
So you can be a good mother.
I just wanted to share one incident
Yeah.
which is in my mind. Um, I delivered her and it was like 2 weeks, and my body was not in a position to even sit or do anything. It's a hormonal changes inside me and everything. Like, physically, emotionally, everything was disturbed. And luckily, I got my spiritual family here who supported me, and this was during COVID time. So none of our parents could come to support us, but we have everyone here who really helped us. We are so much grateful for that. But once a person came, I would not like to say, but then he was asking Mataji how. Then I said, Prabhu, my leg is hurting, my head is hurting, and all of those things. And suddenly he said, Mataji, you have to keep your baby first, then you come. And that single statement hurts me so much because people sometimes it's a mentality like I don't I the same time one of my cousin gave birth and she was supported emotionally so much. But this is I think the Indian I would not demean the Indian thought.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Well,
the emotional health is not given so much importance.
yes.
Um,
You know, I can tell you from an outsider's point of view, what I think, what I see as the problem. That you have a perfect system. We should respect elders. It's a perfect system. We respect teachers. We respect father, mother. We respect guru, respect the king and all that. But in order for that system to work, you have to have a perfect mother, father, perfect king, perfect guru. So I respect my guru and then I find out he's a cheater, he's a liar, he has girlfriends, he's extracting money. But the principle is to respect guru. But in that situation, why would you do that? The system only works where everyone is respectable. So a good parent wouldn't burn her kids out. A good parent would tell them, no, take care of yourself. Don't do this today if you don't feel well, you know. And you, as the daughter, would think, yes, I would like to serve, that's good, but I have to take care of myself so I can be a better servant. So it's all balanced. But when it goes too off to the side, then it becomes unhealthy. So it's like you're taking a principle which is good, but then you're misusing it and taking it like in a fanatical sense to a point where, you know, it's a good principle, but now it's not good anymore. The same principle becomes bad because it's taken to an extreme, right? So that's my outsider's perspective. I think the culture, everything is perfect in the culture, but then people are not maybe all qualified to receive that service, or the demands are such that it's unhealthy. Even when Prabhupada asked for service, often he would just say, could you do this? Would you like to do it? Not like you have to do it. I mean, sometimes he would ask with his leaders, but for devotees in general, often it was, would you like to do this? And he would say, you know, I can't force you. This is voluntary. So even the guru, who we should all surrender to, is sensitive that it has to be something the disciple is capable of, is inspired to do, and he won't neglect himself. Now, it's a fine line, right? But it's a general principle. In the long run, how will you continue if you're not, if you don't have, it's not like we're talking about self-care 24/7. You don't think about anybody but yourself. But you think about service, but how can you serve if you don't take care of yourself? Right? Yeah. By those who don't know. Is it selfish for you to eat? I don't think so. Is it selfish for you to sleep? Of course not. So why would other things which are healthy for you be selfishness? I mean, other people may misunderstand it, but it's not, it's really not a whole lot different than just basic maintenance. Right?
The idea is selfishness is a manipulative tactic by others for us to abide by that.
Say that again.
So when somebody say like, oh, you're selfish, we take care of ourselves. Somebody say, oh, you're selfish. So that's kind of a manipulative tactics from their side for us to
Yeah, that could be shaming. Yeah, could be. That could be, and it could also just be pure ignorance. Because Mhm. Boundaries, and what's important, necessary. You see, your parents or grandparents are coming from a culture of extreme sacrifice. So they want you to do what they did, and they get upset if you don't do it. But it's also coming from that culture, right? So if you're raised that way, it's a little easier, right? If you're raised like you grow up, you know, I'm going to become a wife and this is what I'm going to do. You're kind of prepared for it. But like in our culture today, women aren't raised for that. And so if they're thrown into something they weren't prepared for, even if it's good, it's harder to do, right? You say, you know, we should have arranged marriages, but you have to be raised in a culture from early youth to be prepared for that and see that it's good and you want to do it and you're happy to do it. Otherwise, it never works, or it's difficult anyway. I think that's obvious being in America, isn't it? That if you want people to do something that they weren't raised to do, it can be very challenging. You know, you want to try to instill traditional values in people who weren't raised with them. It could be really difficult, right? I saw there was a situation where a devotee I think she had a PhD in dance and she wanted to open a dance school. And so, you know, if you have a PhD in dance, you're very involved in it. It's really important to you. And she married and in the extended family, and they just wanted her to cook, you know, do the housework. And she became suicidal because of that. And, you know, I'm sure she became ill also because that usually goes with it. When something which is important for you to do is taken from you, you can often become ill, stressed out. You know. This is my life. This is what I want to do. Well, you'll be cooking and cleaning for for the next 40 years. So, as far as I know, she was not previously suicidal. Maybe prone to depression. I'm not sure, but she became so depressed because of that. Because that was her life. So should we just stick to it because that's a tradition and let this girl be depressed? And it ended up in divorce. And, you know, and the boy, he has a hard time because the mother is pressuring him that this is what your wife should do. And he sees it's not good and he can't talk to her. And it could end in divorce. So a good system, what good is a good system that nobody can follow? Because isn't that what's happening with the transplantation of Indian culture into America? It's a good system that nobody can follow, so it's not a good system, right?
In the recent days, we see that the American culture is more transported back to India. And the old culture is now gone. The new family form. I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
it's, yeah, boys and girls living together
Yeah.
in India now, and they're getting married late. I mean, there are all the society which was at fault here, it's just happening over there.
Probably worse. They're trying to catch up with us. Well, they watch movies that they don't know what America's like. They just watch YouTube, and so they kind of get worse than us, right? Are we ready to start again? I think I need to do kirtan to wake up. Where's our mridanga player? He's eating pakoras. Pakorananda.
To let people know.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare 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 and I don't want it. I have to see just your devotion. I just want your devotion. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Gopal Haribo Haribo. Jayalale Vishitu Madhusudhaja Bhaskara Purna Samaye Kavavatita Kandavara Smaranam Pataste. Tomorrow. It's like, got to get a little mucus out of him. Okay, we have 1 hour and 15 minutes. What do you think? Can you make it? Can you last another hour? Go for it. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Hare Krishna. Welcome back, everyone. Got to share the screen.
How many more slides we have? Is it possible to complete or?
Not possible. There's 16 sections. We're on section 8. But we're almost completed. This course of all 16 sections is going to be online, so you can take it self-paced at your own pace, in the comfort of your own home. And it's amazing, everything. I'm going to skip this section because there are other sections that are more important. Let's just chant. This will give you a summary. We'll chant this affirmation. As I care for and accept myself, I naturally care for and accept others. When I'm okay with myself, I'm okay with others. Let's say it together. As I care for, accept myself, naturally care for others. When I am okay with myself, I am okay with others. So the first part of this affirmation answers your question about sacrificing yourself for others. As I care for and accept myself, I can naturally care for and accept others, not the other way around. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is a nice section. It's a little bit, this gets into a little psychology, I think. And this is a statement from Rabindra Swarup. I just edited it slightly. This is something he said, not wrote. When we have an idealized view of how Krishna conscious we should be, it makes us feel that we are falling short of who we must be to be acceptable and worthy in the eyes of Krishna, our gurus, and the devotees. Idealized, like something that's impossible to achieve. This leaves us with a, I wish I wasn't me, but more like him or her feeling, leaving us with the sense that something is wrong with us, perhaps uniquely wrong. So we feel uncomfortable in our own skin. Have you ever felt like that? Something's wrong with me, all the others are pure devotees, except everybody's thinking the same thing. Everybody's thinking something's wrong with me, the others are pure. Everybody. Interesting. Yeah. So, yeah. if it's okay to be human, most people are, in case you haven't noticed. But have you noticed most people are human? You've seen that? Seen that yourself? You ever made a mistake? Yeah, never, right? You're all demigods. If we make negative judgments about ourselves based on failing to be on a level that is presently unachievable for us, we will carry guilt or shame simply for being human. In other words, you make a negative judgment on yourself because you failed to achieve something that was impossible to achieve at this state of your devotional service. And then you just carry shame and guilt, for not doing something you weren't capable of doing. Rather than feeling bad about not achieving something presently impossible for us to reach, we can congratulate ourselves for acting appropriately for our level of advancement. In this way, we'll gradually come to that unachievable standard. We need to be situated in a place from which we can steadily advance in our Krishna consciousness. Okay, our mantra is, it's okay to be human. Everyone say that? It's okay to be human. I hope you think it's okay. So it's like you're down on yourself when actually, according to your level of Krishna consciousness, you're acting appropriately. So instead of congratulating yourself, you get down on yourself. That's unfortunate, right? Like you perform at this level, which is good, but you think it's bad. So it makes you feel unhappy. But when someone says, no, that's good for your level, now you feel happy. But then, and nothing changed except your perception, your evaluation of your activity. The gap between the ideal and the real. So you see this picture? The person on the right represents our ideal, like what our goals are. And the person on